We're Cambridge, we're Colchester, Felixstowe and Cromer, we're Peterborough, Wellingborough, we're Luton and Acton, we're Hertford and Stratford, London and the East. We're beginners and we're veterans, local and adopted. We're progressive, we're inclusive, we're versatile, we wear our badge with pride. We're those who volunteer endless time, nurturing the future of our game. We're those who inspire others to give it a go. We're those who support with passion, and those who dream of pulling on our shirt. We're strengthening our history to thrive in the future. We are built by our region, for our region. We are sunrisers.
Bounce it.
Leaders never stand still. Expect more with iShares.
Well, a very good morning, everybody, and welcome to Lords. Day 2, County Championship, Division 1, the live stream from Middlesex. I'm Kevin Hand, 312 for 5, Surrey, having been put in yesterday by Middlesex. It was a pretty cloudy morning yesterday morning. This morning, the first thing you want to know is the weather. It's a glorious sunny day out there, so it looks good for batting. Middlesex are going to have to work pretty hard and fast this morning to get those wickets. 16 overs, that second new ball. Let the pitchers do the talking, though. Let's have a look back on the Day 2 highlights. That's a lovely shot off the mark. Up there for a Murta. Gone. LBW. 12 for 1. Giving a little bit of width. Offered. An opportunity taken by Latham. Leans into it. Boundary to get off the mark. Cut away. Down 2. Or up 2 indeed. To the Warner stand. Flicked away, over-pitched, Burns into the 20s. Beautiful timing by Burns. Oh, run away, down to the vacant. Deep third, another boundary. Nice use of the feet, galloped towards that one, didn't he? Clips him. Up to the Warner stands. Oh, that's clipped. Timed well by Burns, he's into the 40s. Now, will that go? It will. 50 up for Burns. 52 from 101 deliveries. This is 9th for. Width and punished. Short and wide. In the air, and Bamber holds on. Helm bumps Latham out. That's lovely timing by Smith. Width on that, punished. Dismissed by Smith, onto 18. Goes short. Burns hooks him Bisects the two back, long leg and deep square. Lovely shot. Glorious from Smith, that. Oh, now Burns comes down the track and he's gone. Nicks it through. Sharp catch by Holden. It's a lovely shot by Smith. 167 for 3. Same again. Shoved over those 2 mid wickets. Now, timing on that's better than I thought. Murtagh is not going to... Oh! There's the 50. From 90 deliveries for Smith, 198 for 3. 112 minutes and a raise at the back. Use of the feet. Smith moves to 60. Oh, clipped in the air and taken at square leg. What a catch! Incredible! Absolutely outstanding catch. Ryan Higgins holds on. Use of the feet, and a good use of the feet. Use of that short boundary as well. Oh, he's gone, has he? He has, he's nicked it through. Jax looks to give himself room, a little flick. Giving himself room and slapping down the ground, Clark. 79 bowled, 252 for 5. First batting point on the board for Surrey. Beautiful. Glorious shot from Smith. Moves into the 90s. Clipped and 3 mid wicket. And there's the century for Smith. Frustrated at the Oval, out on 97 against Middlesex. But his second century of the summer for Surrey, and an outstanding one here today, a defiant one. A good rate as well. Width and put away. Clark moves 33. Oh, that gets past Mercer. So there we go. The day one highlights from here at Lords. There's the picture out in the middle. And very nearly ready to go. Out go the umpires through the gate. Umpire O'Shaughnessy and umpire White, who didn't have too many big calls to make yesterday. A pretty straightforward day. A couple of one nick through to the keeper that Middlesex went up for, but not too overly enthusiastically. There was one LBW as well, but probably a bit high and down the leg side. Overall, Middlesex will look back on 2 catches. The bowling performance wasn't too bad at all, but 2 drops cost them dearly. One was Latham, that early partnership with Rory Burns yesterday. Burns went on to a big score, chanceless until he was out. Burns, but shy of a century. The Surrey captain. Smith on 120, shelled in the 90s. A backward point by Holden off the bowling of Murtagh. Now, how costly will that be this morning? The second new ball was taken after 80 overs, so 96 overs old. 16 overs old, this second new ball now. And that is something that Middlesex will hope is having quite the effect this morning, because the overheads are particularly there to help them, as they were yesterday morning. A lovely picture once again. Picturesque indeed at Lords. Picturesque in the commentary box as well, alongside me, Mike Selvey. Good morning to yourself.
Good morning, Kev. How are you?
Yeah, you always get a build up like that, will you?
Oh, that's true. Yeah, those are happy days when that happened. Yeah, it's a lovely summery morning today. It's not chill in the air. It's warm. No breeze again to speak of, well, at all. If I can see the flakes are hanging limply there. It's not the bowling-looking morning that we had on the first day, and some hard graft ahead for Middlesex, I think, here.
They need a very, very good start here, don't they, Middlesex? As soon as he turned up at the ground this morning, you look up. I mean, it was a clear blue sky first thing this morning, and you thought, oh dear.
I think they're starting with the right person, starting with Ryan Higgins, and he was the one person who actually to find any sort of movement really with the ball. And given that that it's a side that has bowlers who can swing the ball or seam the ball.
So Ethan Bamber from the nursery end, Higgins from the pavilion end. Bamber really bowled well. I thought he bowled very well yesterday. Without luck, he just went past the edge on numerous occasions. None for 40. His 23rd over now. Mr. Reliable.
Yeah, you get days like that, don't you, where your figures don't quite reflect the effort or the skill you put in.
Oh, that's beautiful from Bamber. Straight away onto the spot. Very nearly picking up an early edge here, an early wicket. There has been an early wicket at Old Trafford. Australia 299 for 9. I think I've just seen Josh Hazlewood's come in.
I thought it was a first wicket for Jimmy Anderson right into it.
Well done, Jimmy. Hazlewood and Stark remain. Good from Bamber again, jabbing down on that Clark.
The bat hard there, didn't he? It was a jarring delivery. See, right from the word go, sometimes it's not that easy in the first over of the day to really hit your straps straight away. No such thing as a loosener anymore, the way people are allowed and able to warm up properly before going out to bowl.
That's going to be tight. Oh, so nearly gone. Single to backward points, but Smith was very nearly run out by his mate Clark there. That was a big chance. Only one stump to aim at. I think Peter Milan.
Been a handy one to get to. A couple like that yesterday too, weren't there? With the shies at stumps that would have brought run-outs and quite managed to execute them. So it's one of those things, you take your chances when they come along, even if you that one stump to aim at.
In fact, that was the one chance. He did offer a chance, Burns, didn't he? It was the run out. Can't remember whether it was his call or not to say he offered it, but it was a chance very early on that Ryan Higgins had. He had all three to aim at. Not easy. It was at the end of his follow through, wasn't he? And had to quickly pick up, turn and throw.
Yeah, they're more instinctive, those. It's ones where you've got time to aim or fractional set, but at least you can aim. They practice and practice too, don't they?
Down the track comes Smith. Use of the feet, that was the talk all through the day yesterday, wasn't it, from Smith. End of the opening over of the second day. Surrey 313 for 5.
I thought he played an exceptional innings yesterday. I was hugely impressed. First time I've really seen him get a play big innings, and hugely impressed by him. I like the way that he played the ball so straight, that he hits the ball, in a quite a narrow V a lot of the time, just wide of mid on and mid off, and he hits it thunderously hard. I think bowlers always feel if somebody is hitting the ball back at them, then the batsman's in business there. It's when they start trying to hit the thing square of the wicket or through wide extra cover, especially when they're defending, then you think they're in business here, because they're only giving you half a bat sometimes to aim.
Ryan Higgins picked up Burns and Latham yesterday. Fair difference in between the times. Burns and Sibley. Sibley the first to go.
I don't know whether you asked them. Yes, I meant to say to you, will you ask them why they changed the ball rise at the end of the day?
Ooh, yeah, it's a little bit through the air on that from Higgins. There was a lot through the air with that original second new ball. The replacement second new ball seemed to do a little bit less.
Well, that's why I was astonished. There were 7 balls of the day left, weren't there? Tom Helm had 1 to bowl, and Ryan Higgins in his previous over had got a huge amount of movement, especially given all that had gone on during the day, and yet they changed the ball, and I couldn't understand why.
Hoops in again from Higgins. That's encouraging. Higgins of Middlesex. Didn't do much at all, did it? That replacement ball that they got.
Went a little bit, didn't it? But not like the previous ball. And you know, to what purpose? At that stage of the day, even, you know, you've got a ball here that's doing something, and you know, quite a lot. 1 over to the day to go.
Swinging into that off stump again. Clark equal to it, pushes to the offside. Yeah, no, I didn't see anyone last night to have a chat to, and indeed this morning I was just interested in the pitch itself really when I bumped into a couple and just asked, you know, what was the difference? And they said, you know, it is a different pitch to Kent, right? It's the same track, but you made the point quite rightly, Selv. You know that was April. This is July. You know, there's a significant difference in the moisture. The year's warmed up, hasn't it, by now? So the ground's drier underneath. But just and likewise the top, the colour was the big difference that was said back to me. So it's just completely different colours in the Kent game.
I was curious though, so already I think we've seen almost as many go past the bat as we saw, you know, in the first hour or so yesterday.
Well, that's the thing. You know, we kind of looked at it yesterday morning, and you know, heard this was the pitch they played Kent on, and they're hopeful that, you know, they'll get a fair bit of assistance out of it and, you know, try and stand toe to toe with Surrey in this game. But actually, what we've got is a brilliant cricket wicket. It's a really even balance this between bat and ball, I'd say. Middlesex bowled well yesterday. And it's what you want. It's a track where you have to bowl well. If you don't bowl well, you're going to be punished. 313 for 5.
That should always be the case, shouldn't it? There should be no room for mediocrity, excelling if you like in the game, either with bat or ball. And it is a good pitch. It'll be interesting to see when Surrey get to bowl it, how they manage to get some extra pace they've got, haven't they, in their team? Some skilled bowlers.
It's quite the battery, isn't it? Worrell, Laws, Abbott, Overton, Clark.
Exactly that, and you know, there's no respite there, so Middlesex is going to have to bat really, really well.
This man, obviously, tweaked the ball as well. And Jacks. Doing a pretty good job with the bat though, first and foremost. And yeah, the pressure's on Middlesex this morning because a bad session now for Middlesex. A good session for Surrey, whichever way you want to look at it. It's a long way back for Middlesex. They need to win this session, don't they? Otherwise they're really up against it, as you say, with the plethora of options with the ball. Sorry, I mean, it's like the bat. Worrell coming in at 11. He's got plenty of form this season. Century for Abbott coming in at 9. Overton's in next. So, you know, they've got a lot of work to do still with the ball. But then when they come out with the bat, if you're applying to 450, 500.
I think they might be mindful that there's supposed to be a bit of weather coming into the weekend. So it'll be in their interest to push the game on as much as they can. If they think it's going to be I don't know what the full forecast is, I didn't know it changed by the hour.
Yes.
But, you know, if there's rain around on Saturday, then effectively becomes a 3-day game. How would Surrey manipulate it?
Away down the slope from Bamber.
movement that there wasn't yesterday morning. Whether it was there, they didn't find it, and
Nice shot. In front of point. First boundary of the second day for Surrey.
push drive down the hill there, short boundary. Disparity between the two sides here is quite marked. If you count the stripes on the outfield, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 stripes to one side, and 1, 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 and a half the other side. So there were fielders yesterday on the long side when we had those fields set out there, and one of the fielders came into what we thought was halfway. He would have actually been standing outside the boundary on the other side. It was that big a disparity. So 4 strips out there is probably 4 and a bit strips, probably 20 something yards, I would say, wouldn't you?
Yep.
Maybe a bit more. Just another cricket quirk, isn't it? You can't even play on a consistent sized ground.
Swing again there for Higgins.
Some played cricket last Saturday on a very nice ground, but it's got a tree inside the boundary, and I was telling them about how back in the day Canterbury used to be like that too. Ground with a tree in the middle of it, not in the middle, but it was significant. It was in play.
Oh, now that's 6, but goodness me. And that was an extraordinary shot. You look at the in-swing on that, oh mate, well done.
I mean, that kind of proves what I was just saying there, because that would have been straight down one of the infielders' throats going the other way. This is a short boundary. So it's only a toe ender, isn't it?
Our cameraman's done extremely well to get out of the way of that one. How did he know which way to go? He went the right way anyway. He must have seen the fielder going the other way. Good judgment on the boundary rope. Sending out to Milan at deep square. Yeah, it was an awful lot of in-dip that from Higgins, and he's gone with it. How he's managed to get that for 6 really was reactionary stuff from Clark. Wicket taker, top of the batting averages. Crucial part of Middlesex's season in Division 1.
Sort of held it together a bit, hasn't it?
Interesting to see what they do with, thinking a long way ahead here, but when Helm and Mercer come into the attack this morning, which ends they go from. Mercer again took those wickets against Kent from the Pavilion ends. Helm, all of his 3 wickets would have come from the nursery end yesterday, wouldn't they? Only was bumping a few of them. Clipped 2 Higgins in that outstanding catch at square leg. It's a nice looking stroke, watchfully played. In swing from Higgins, setting himself up against Smith. End of the over, 124 Smith. Clark 42. We'll have a look again at the end of the over. The 6 for Clark, 324 for 5. Watch out for Graham at the end. He's the star of this piece. I mean, that ball has really moved on Clark, hasn't it? But yeah, Graham's gone the right way there. He must have just seen Milan going one way and he needed to go the other. Fancy footwork from Graham. Testing out for
yeah, I think Clark
Strictly
was looking to hit that one a lot straighter, straightish mid-wicket. Cow corner rather than hoik it round where he did, but he was done by the move. Followed it round. Enough bat on it to get it over the road. We're standing up now.
yeah, that was the other very old talking point yesterday, wasn't it? Smith on to strike and Simpson goes back, but Smith was the man who really used his feet yesterday, wasn't he?
Yeah.
And yeah, but placed in between Murtagh at mid-on and Milan at mid-wicket. It's another boundary. Smith's second of day 2.
It's a good shot there. It's a straight bat with a flick of the wrist, a turn of the wrist. Hit across his pad, he's hit down the line but turned. Turned his wrist on. Fine shot.
Point set back. Smith drops the single. Holden coming in doing the fielding. Again. Simpson back up for Clark. There was one particular take down the leg side yesterday, wasn't there, from Simpson? It was just incredible, outstanding craftsmanship. Deep square being set back for Bamber to Clark. Deep point back as well. So long leg and deep square back, 2 slips, gully. For 5. What does Surrey have in mind? Well, first hour, first and foremost, because this second new ball is only 16 overs old, albeit the replacement second new ball. So circa 16-year-old, 20 overs old now. Short and put away. Clark up and over the top of it, beautiful shot, powerful shot, dismissed through a straight mid-wicket. He's on to 47.
Sure, that was the brightest piece of ball. He's done well this morning. He's pinned them back, and I think it was deliberate.
And it probably wasn't the worst bouncer in the world, but it was rather telegraphed, wasn't it, with the deep square back and the long leg, and Clark would have said to himself, right, stay over the top of it, which is what he did, and he hit it.
Yeah, I mean, plenty of time. It wasn't the quickest bouncer, was it?
No. As I say, it's it sent back the fielder, but perhaps not the best idea.
Sometimes you can, you can overthink these things. You know, if something's working for you, then why do you want to try something else? Why it's not broken? He's been past about 3 or 4 times this morning. That ball is nagging, testing length.
Swings in nicely again for Higgins. Just a single for Clark. That would probably be, we touched on it a couple of times yesterday, didn't we? But if we were to look back on day one and just say, well, what could they have done better? Just tightened up a few more of those 4 balls. And funnily enough, a lot of those 4 balls were bumpers, weren't they?
Yeah. It's like a low coming in. You see these things happening. All Williams try that as well.
And you know, again, this is a very different pitch track, even though it's the same track. But you know, its performance is very different from the Kent game, and it was the Lord's match when the body line returned in the Ashes. Bumpers from both sides. And they all talked about a 2-pace pitch, didn't they? And banging in the short ball, actually, it's quite difficult to hook or pull on a 2-pace pitch. But this pitch has played nicely for me. I think it's been a really good wicket.
They can rationalise that Lord's Test match all they like, and I sat on the last day up at the top deck of the Lord with the pavilion there watching it, and it was unwatchable. It was genuinely unwatchable until Ben got in. It was just people bowling medium fast, some of it half trackers that were just getting panned over the boundary. I saw it here once before in 2014 when England played India, and Ishant Sharma bowled England out similar fashion by. Then they'd almost given up on ideas, and Ishant Sharma just ran and banged it down halfway, and England players took it on and kept getting out. And he got a 7th. You could very well argue, well, it worked, didn't it?
We gave it a chance outside off stump. I think for Clark was going to be, was it the one that didn't swing, or was it the one that swung? Higgins has a word with Clark. Clark has a word with Higgins. Was there a near collision there or something? Was it where he ran? Higgins got a smile on his face at the end of it, as he ever does, but is it just something when they went back past each other? Took the single? Two mid-wickets positioned for the in-swinger, but also it was prevalent all day yesterday for Smith. End of the over, 3-3-6 for 5. Let's have a look back at the 5th ball of the over. Higgins to Clark. See what the problem was, did he?
No.
Was the suggestion that the run, he should have been running off the wicket from Higgins? Because Higgins was at the end of his follow-through and the batter was inside him, but...
It would be wrong of me to say that I never, when a batsman turned for second, found myself standing in front of him to block him out.
I'm not suggesting that Clark was doing what Barker so famously did all those years for Warwickshire up at Edgbaston. have also just been Higgins trying to find a way to get inside the batter's mind. Whatever it was, something small, just try and work them out some way.
Used to turn and you used to pretend that you were backing up the stumps very urgently and concentrating on that, but actually just getting in the way.
Yeah, so how long's the change taken? 25 minutes. Helm replacing Bamber. Does Bamber switch to the pavilion end?
Since we've got 7 overs after this to get another wicket, which they need for the point, don't they? Is that right? I lose track of these points nowadays. But
Yeah, it is 110.
I think that Surrey would probably take the view that they might take the view that 400's out of the equation for them from 10 overs, or they've got some firepower there, haven't they, to get at that if they.
Well, they really do. Yeah.
7 overs to get 64.
I mean, I do wonder their thought process on, let's say, in their minds. You know, look, they're in a good position in this game, so you want to try and boss the game. You want to try and dictate it if Saturday is going to be a doubt.
They must be looking at 500 here. Would be the target, I thought.
It's beautifully bowled by Helm. Let's have a look. Goes away. Swung after pitching. Both batters noted, in particular Smith, the non-strikers end. Just followed the ball with his hand, didn't he? Pitching on. But yeah, it's how they go about whatever target it is. I mean, left alone outside the off. Let's have a look back at the fourth ball of the over. 3-3-6 for 5. This is the one that beat Clark. Had a couple of comfortable leaves thereafter. That's lovely from Helm. Angle was good. Little bit through the air there for Helm before pitching, actually. And nips away down the slope. 3-3-6 for 5. But yeah, it's how they go about it with what batting they've got. We saw both Northamptonshire and Hampshire in the last 2 matches go painstakingly about their innings, batting for a long, long period of time, slowly racking up those runs. Little dance to the pitch again from Smith, clipped to Holden at mid-wicket. But with the firepower that Surrey have got, you could well imagine that a good first hour, they've had a good 30 minutes here, but a good first hour, you'd really look to crank up the pressure on Middlesex in this first innings with the total. They'll be acutely aware that Middlesex only have 2 batting points this year. You're posting 500, and the follow-on's a long, long way away. To a fine. Just moved another fielder across to the onside. It's a good stop by Jack Davies. 6-3 field on the onside. Perhaps didn't swing quite as much as Higgins had intended. He was looking for the one that perhaps just holds its line a little bit more. did, and it took the edge, but no slip. Maybe a fly slip, might have had a chance, or a wide slip, I should say. Out swings. There's one with 2 out on the ropes now. A deep square and a deep mid-wicket setback. Lamb and Holden. And 2 in short.
A good partnership, isn't it?
Yes. Clark.
Another 100 punch.
Oh, yes. Clark 49 of them. Smith had gone at a good rate, hadn't he, through this innings. Clark coming in and adding to that run rate, 3.29. That's a good shot, nice use of the feet. They've gone to a 6-3 field and it's exposed this offside. And Smith capitalising on that. 137 for him.
Captain Mouse uses his feet so well. And then of course you've been keeping up with the Stumps for his days back, but
happy with the 6-3. 6 on the onside. Obviously got the ball in
see what
dipping.
they're trying to do, can't you? He's got a moves this in swinger, doesn't he? Quite long way, so he's swinging into the pads, and they hope he's going to chip one in the air to one of those 2 short mid wickets, backed by a couple of fielders on the boundary who wouldn't actually be on the boundary normally, would they? They'd just be deepish mid wicket.
Bumped and pulled straight into the ground to Robson at the first of the mid-wickets. 3:45 for 5, end of the 104th over of the innings. I guess they're saying that really you're almost going to have to go over the top if you want those runs on the onside. It's the ball swinging into you dramatically. So it's either inside out to access the offside. The use of the feet was nice for the drive, wasn't it?
You really haven't got to get much back on it, have you, to clear the boundary on the outside.
Helm's got a deep square and a long leg back. You can just see the long leg there in front of the Warner. Way to the right of the pavilion, there's a deep square just out of shots. Mid-wicket, mid-arm, 5-4 fields.
I like to see him bowl that length. That's quite a heavy length. That's hitting high up on the bat, jarring even for somebody as tall as Smith there is coming forward at it. It's a bat jarring length from a tall bowler. That's good.
Oh, he's bowled him. Smith's gone. 138 brilliant runs for Smith. He's put Surrey in a very strong position here, but that's an outstanding ball again from Helm. He's had a good couple of overs from the nursery ends and he has a 4th wicket.
Indeed, that's just what I would call proper bowling.
Well, a couple that really nipped away at the end of the last over. You saw Smith just make a little gesture when Clark was on strike.
He didn't hit that one just through the gate, but again that's the length. That's the length that Tom Helm bowls here. It's the best length to bowl is one where the batter doesn't know whether he can get forward or back. They can do neither comfortably. The tall man there, he found the perfect length, and that was the cracking delivery.
His last.
Sorry, I was going to say that's the length I'd really like him to bowl. He can bowl that at pace. Hasn't got to be a bash it in bowler. Hasn't got to be a bouncer bowler. But that's another point for Middlesex anyway, a valuable point. And they've got the opportunity to get a couple more here now. So.
Australia are all done, and Wokes ends with 5 for 62 at Old Trafford. .317 to 18 put on by the last pair for Australia. 5 for Wokes.
See what happens with the batting now, won't we? I know England want to advance the game very rapidly for them because, of course, they've got that extra day of potential bad weather.
Interesting couple of days for both games, Old Trafford and Lords. It's Clark 49 still there for Surrey, joined by Abbott. Helm hunting a fifer. Off the mark, third ball. Century to his name. Abbott. This is got Overton, Laws and Worrell.
Strawberry hadn't really got, wasn't it?
School's out for summer. A few of the kids getting excited down below. 346 for 6. So they've seen a wicket. It's the Centurion. Smith going for 138, bowled by Helm. Yeah, the last three balls of Helm's previous over, he'd beaten the edge of Clark, and then he got two more to swing away that were left alone wide outside. But Smith at the non-strikers end really made a motion to suggest to himself as much as anything, look at the amount of movement there is there after that ball's pitched.
Well, I've got a thing about batters who always do that. Whatever you bowl, they always pretend or try to show people that, yeah, I knew what was going on there. Well, they didn't really. They like you to think that they know. It's a little gesture they make, leg spin, all topspin, and all that. No, you didn't.
Well, I do just wonder, as that one went through the gate to bowl him, was he still in that previous over, playing at three balls consecutively?
He might have been looking for that, certainly, because it's gone past the outside edge a bit and then just carried straight on. It wasn't being nipped back or anything.
Nips back from Higgins. Start of the new over. That one doesn't swing. It's given a little bit of width. There was a slip in place and a gully. And to Carey's, not the repeat of yesterday. Did see him this morning and mentioned that his dive yesterday got a few repeats on social media overnight.
Proper boundary, that one. Those are the best sort of boundaries for a batter. You're blasted over the fence. Just a little teaser like that keeps them Fielder interested all the way, but never quite get there.
Didn't really get up from Higgins.
We used to play on a much bigger. Sorry, we used to play on almost the whole ground sometimes here, and I know Clive used to get out that corner there sometimes. And it was always front four. You get that in the successive games. He got a 7 and an 8. 2 successive games. That's why I kind of bridle at this phrase that's crept in about a maximum. You said a maximum. No, you haven't actually. You got 6.
Yeah, I don't like that.
CT Radley.
Came back a lot to Abbott. Well, in some ways, it was also fortunate he didn't go across. He had to get that back down, and if the front foot had gone across, he'd have might have struggled. That's the game for the new batter, isn't it? The game for Higgins. We've seen those couple haven't swung, just trying to tempt him. He's got one of them away for 4. There's another one that doesn't swing with the slip and the gully in place. 350 for 6, so the boundary bringing up the 3rd batting points for Surrey.
Yeah, if you're bowling big in-swingers, then you don't have to bowl an away swing, you just have to bowl one that doesn't swing. That's often the case from the pavilion end. Straight ball has a quality to it if it's put in context of what else there is.
Clark's 50, 91 deliveries. She had the century stand for the 6th wicket with Smith. Brilliant knock from Clark. He's been powerful and determined. 91 deliveries, 8 4s and 1 6, 128 minutes, which again, just as much as Smith. He needed a support, he needed a partner, Smith, and he found one in Clark. What can Clark do with the tail now? Not out. Helm was about to go through with the celeb repeal.
Should have been out there. That would turn him inside out. Lovely piece of bowling. Just got to hope they toggle off stump. That's a beautiful piece of bowling.
Would have been a lovely way to complete the 5 for as well. Any wicket's a nice way to complete a 5 for though, isn't it? That will go again. I mean, there's movement out there, isn't there? And you know, that has to be something that concerns Middlesex, because this Surrey attack will come out there, as you say, with extra pace.
Yeah, that's just the thing, isn't it? You know, it's great to see the bowlers getting some life out of the pitch, and the batters are out there thinking, oh, why couldn't it be like yesterday?
Beautiful again. This is Helm at his best, really, isn't it?
Absolutely, isn't it just?
This is the Helm that made everybody sit up and take notice many moons ago and think this fella's on for an England career.
It can be so frustrating at times, can't it? Yeah, it's decent leg he's bowling there. perfect length, just enough move.
Too wide to end the over. 3:51 for 6.
Scarcely a breath of wind down there.
Oh, ahead of the end of the over. Sorry, I was calling that over. On to come.
Calling that soon. At the end of his set.
That is the end of the over. 22 done. Helm 4 for 88. Nice looking average for him in the match, isn't it? The economy. Could do it coming down a little bit, but again, that was the balance of yesterday, really, wasn't it? Helm's got 4 of the 6 wickets, taking them at a reasonable average, but the economy. How do you balance it? Could he have done it a little bit cheaper?
I think he put the effort in, put a good shift in, didn't he? You could argue that somebody like Ethan Bamber balances that out. Sometimes a bowler does 2 jobs. You do a wicket-taking job, you also do a holding job at the same time. And the job you can't do is both, you know. To take wickets but not give any runs away. It's a really good idea.
That is the pavilion end for Bamber. Had a short stint at the nursery end this morning, but then sent back to his preferred pavilion end. For offside field, mid-off, cover, deep point, gully and slip. Mid-on, mid-wicket, deep mid-wicket and long leg. Nice from Bamber, that's where I want to leave it. Clark here, who will have the want to get on with it today. Equally, he'll be aware that 50 minutes in, we've lost the Centurion Smith. Whatever happens from here, ideally will happen around Clark as well. Just he taking it on. If he were to fall now, then Middlesex would have great expectations of wrapping this up relatively quickly. Bounces all the way through to Simpson. That didn't quite get up outside off.
No, it didn't bounce, did it, that one? Skiddy trajectory from Ethan Bamber. He's a skiddier bowler. But then, so Ryan Higgins. Ryan Higgins has got a very strong body action. Of Ethan's pace that he does get is from the momentum he generates in his run-up.
Extraordinary that it was wicketless yesterday and this morning. As you said, he went past the bat a fair bit from the nursery end, didn't he?
Yeah, 3 or 4 times, wasn't it? And it was more than the entire day yesterday.
Just gets through to Carey's at extra cover. Very unusual for him. Immediately turns and apologises to Bamber. Prevents the maiden, 2 off the over. Bamber 1 for 57 from 26. So look at the bowling then. So we've had Bamber from the nursery and now from the pavilion. He replaces Higgins, who 2 for 92 from 26, 3.5 the runs per over. Helm 4. Interesting actually that the wicket takers are the most expensive of the 4 seamers. Tickle off the back foot for a single by Abbott.
Seems shared the load around pretty well, didn't they? Actually?
Clark back on strike, averaging just below 30 now this season. 107. A century. 50. Sitting in his live average. Three centuries and 17 50s in first class cricket now for Clark, 118 innings. Actually, interestingly, we often look at Helm's 40, 45 first class matches, whatever it was, somewhere around the mid 40s. At 29 years of age, he's just turned 29. Clark will be 33 in October. 84 first class matches. You'd have thought that he'd have played far more, but injuries playing their part as well for a former Lancashire lad. Left Lancashire at the end of the 2018 season. Extraordinary, really. He's nailed down at Surrey now, isn't he, Clark? But I just thought he was a player of huge potential.
Really well-footed John Simpson. So, wobble in the air after it went past the bat.
Oh, turned around fully by that, snapped his neck around to see where that had gone. And seeing that Holden has managed to prevent the boundary, they get a couple.
Again, looking to play that on the onside and skewing off the outside edge down past Gully.
Three, 5, 7 for 6, end of the 109th over. Sean Abbott is 31 now, 32 next February. Windsor born. Not that one though, New South Wales. ODIs and 9 T20 internationals for Sean Abbott. One century in 15 50s, 80 first-class matches. Single for Clark. Jack Davies set back on the boundary rope. Lost a wicket already. They have 9 for 1. Duckett's gone for 6. Gone for 1 actually off 6 deliveries. Oh dear.
Quite a big thing about Ben Duckett's only ever left 8 deliveries in his entire Test career, and I'm quite sure that's a virtue.
The art of the leave. Abbott certainly wasn't leaving that one. Talks about the ball not swinging for Higgins. That one's nipped off the seam, up the slope from Bamber. Beautiful delivery.
It was lined, didn't it? And then a little bit of wobble in the air after it went past the bat. An indication of good seam position. Holds the seam.
Yeah, just nicked off to Stark. Ben Duckett caught behind. Obviously, we'll love to see that Test series go to the final Test at the Oval, and won by England, of course. But there was obviously the fear after the match here at Lord's that 2-0 down would all be done and dusted by Old Trafford in terms of winning back the Ashes. Of course, they could still draw on the series, but the Ashes would have been retained had England not have won the 3rd Test, and at least it's alive to the 4th. Here, well, look at that. It's been a pretty solid innings all the way through, hasn't it, for Surrey?
Strange, because I called that 100 partnership. I think I said another one. But it's not, is it? It's the
They
only
were
one.
just shy. Burns and Latham, yeah.
But
No,
good
to my mind, it's a
partnerships, aren't
century.
there, sort of, team batting.
Well, that's what Middlesex are going to have to do. We probably haven't seen a great deal of that. I mentioned this morning in the morning video that Lamb was in the nets behind me when I was recording it. He and Robson had that fine partnership at the Oval, but then it all fell apart after that. Big collapse after the stand for the 2nd wicket.
He's had a bit of a rough time with pitch, Milan, hasn't he, recently?
He has, just really that Surrey innings this season. And the chase here against Nottinghamshire, but other than that, it's been a barren season for him.
Yeah, I think he's one of those players that need to be able to get through to him, that having a bad trot doesn't define him as a player. We know he's a very fine player. Got a terrific record.
Adam Gilchrist said in his time with Middlesex, you just need, forget form, you just need that one out of the middle of the bat and you're away again. Got a few away in the last game at Northwood, didn't he, and then nicked off. A few nice back foot punches and then went for the same again. Edge behind. Bumper from Helm. Oh, that's beautifully timed. It's a big old boundary out there, isn't it? They're a long way back, those two fielders, long leg and deep square.
Played that well, they've got the top of it, hit it down, high to low. The best hookers on the ball, those who hit high to low.
There you go, right, and Huey replays exactly that again. Practicing it, Clark. Square leg for a single deep. Is Milan? Oh, that was a nasty slip. I think he's okay. Goodness me. Well, he had the hip injury in the winter and knee injury sustained at the Oval. You don't want to see. Yeah, he's fine. He looks back at the looks back at the surface, Milan, just where he slipped. Let's watch the right
still
foot.
Feeling that knee. He felt it at Merchant Taylor's.
He's lucky there, isn't he? That ankle really could have gone below him. Well, it did go below him, but fortunately the weight didn't go down onto it. Abbott drawn into that one. Seeing the width, getting excited.
Searching for that 5th wicket. This has been, as you say, the best of Tom Helm.
Thought he bowled really well on day one at Northwood, and I said to him it looked as though it was the best rhythm that he'd had this season, and he said he was glad that I'd picked up on that. I think this spell this morning, the deliveries that he's bowled, it felt very much Helm at his best. And it was nice to see him get Smith the way he did, because it was proper delivery. You said prior to that dismissal, actually, that's the length you like seeing him bowl. Whereas he picked up the other three with the shorter stuff yesterday, albeit one of them was clipped to mid-wicket, but it was almost born out of the shorter stuff. 3, 6, 3 for 6, Surrey. 111 done. We're beyond the bonus points now, so 3 with the bat for Surrey, 2 with the ball for Middlesex.
Way away from his body, drawn into the shot. Orthodox cricket we've seen this morning. A little bit of help for the bowlers that they see there. Changes the whole complexion of how they run in.
Oh well. What did Clark see there? We always talk about you have to be careful going for the shorter stuff from the pavilion end. Nips back with the slope, which it did slightly there. Actually saw the length, fair enough, Clark. But if it does nip off that surface, sometimes it can just keep a fraction low, can't it?
Do bounce very higher than relatively to the length. sure he does it a bit early on the shot as well.
So good from Bamber, isn't it? When you look at it, it's a very wide ball, but you've just seen the last ball, keep a fraction low, nip back in. This one, little bit of width, holds its line.
That's the strategy from the pavilion end. You always bowl 4th or 5th stump. Batters have to play at it because that one that comes back down the hill. So the ball doesn't have to move away. You can just go straight on. It becomes an alternative to loop. Rinse and repeat.
Talked about Helmet is best, that's Bamber at his best as well, isn't it? 3-6-3 for 6. Another maiden for Bamber.
Bowling for a bloke who's 59 not out, been well entrenched, has played very well, and suddenly 3 and 3 go past the bat. It's intriguing, isn't it? This game of cricket. Why? What's so different today? It's overheads aren't really any different, are they? There's no wind, so it's not about a complete change in the airstream. It can only be the ball, I suppose. Got a ball that's doing something. The bowlers are doing anything particularly different. Just finding a ball that's helped them.
It's interesting. Josh de Carey's enters the attack from the nursery end. We still await Tim Mercer on the second morning. He's at mid-off. He's not throwing the ball, which is what now, 32 overs olds.
Field was back to where it's gone back halfway, 3/4 maybe. But wide long on.
First ball, reverse sweep from Abbott.
Wasn't a bad shot to play, is it? There's zero protection there on the offside.
No, it's completely legitimate, isn't it? But you just think first ball. Have a look.
Well, I don't see any difference between reverse sweeping and sweeping first ball, frankly.
No, I don't. I'm with you on that. I don't. Maybe Max Holden's a good example, isn't he?
Well, absolutely, yeah. He does play that shot really well, doesn't he? And
it's a sweep around the wicket. It's a very safe shot. You got the pad across, blocking off the stump. So if you miss it, LBW's not really in play.
I think there are plenty of players who play reverse sweep better than they play the actual orthodox sweep.
Oh, chipped that a little bit, but placed it beautifully. Straight of Mercer at mid-off, who's quite wide there indeed. And Carey's no chance of getting across to it. Boundary to end the over.
A little gentle push, really. Not even a push drive, just a push, and it's actually raced off that bat. Well placed, just to the offside of straight.
Championship's only worth 22, but 7th wicket. Middlesex. No, another partnership builds here. And the pressure really builds. It's been a good hour and 10 minutes. They've lost the century in Smith, but 3, 6, 7 for 6. They've resisted some pretty good bowling from Middlesex, in particular from this man, Bamber. Perfect example of it again.
It's 4 and 4, isn't it? 4 and 4. It'll be the one who'll just pitch up a tiny bit more and drill through the colours for 4. Bat on ball.
Now that's really gone. That's probably gone more than any other. You see Clark's reaction there as well.
Prodding and poking the pitch now, aren't they?
That's a cracking ball. Now, it swung after beating the bat. Or swung significantly after beating the bat. Simpson's still down on one knee at the moment, pondering it all himself. Up now and ready to go as Bamber is. Just goes that little bit straighter on this occasion. Let's see if that one does the same as the ball previous. In fact, thinking back to not only Bamber's last over, which is made, but over before, it was only the last ball that squirted through for a couple, wasn't it? Edged along the floor.
Trying so hard, he can't do any more to get a wicket, can he? Finds the edge, doesn't carry right, it's coming up a little bit closer at slip there now.
But for that ball that squirted through to Carey's extra cover, which was the end of his two overs back, this would be a 3rd consecutive maiden for Bamber, should he put a dot ball here. Oh, now! Judge the fielder, perhaps. Single to murder.
There.
But that's a good example of it, though, isn't it? That, you know, the dot balls build pressure.
He had to do something different, didn't he, there? So he used his feet finally.
I mean, if he'd have picked that up, Murtagh, it wasn't actually Clark that was in trouble, it was Abbott. He was barely halfway down, Abbott, when Murtagh picked up the ball.
Sometimes you know your fielder. His heels a bit, Murtagh's probably there too.
He's probably thinking, well, I haven't had the ball yet.
Well, it'd be interesting to see what he does do with the ball when he does get it. He must get it going. Probably after now.
Mm.
Sweep now. So now the orthodox sweep is a go-to.
Tempting him with the orthodox sweep.
Be exposed there, long way out to deep down the square. Long way out.
Just a little tickle around the corner on it, really. And
well, actually, you could paddle it for 2.
There we go. We should try and make a career of this, son.
Best sweep of the ball I ever saw was Alan Knott, who's absolutely a genius anyway, but he was a genius at sweeping, and he could sweep any ball anyway, he used to use the sweep as an accumulative shot. It wasn't a boundary shot, it was a paddle sweep. We challenged him once, said he got to sweep every single ball that fell Edmonds over. And he did. Every single ball.
Helm down at long on. That gets through. Bamber, no chance getting around. Lovely shot. 3-7-6 for 6. Just saw the width there, didn't he?
Just in the front, wasn't there? Just got spinning, just going all the way through. Haven't really pushed on, have they? Surrey, they're just knocking it around at their sort of almost a default run rate since they picked it up over 3 some stage yesterday. They've been pretty consistent on that 3.2 figure.
Yeah, that'll frustrate Middlesex a little. You factor in the short boundary slightly. A couple of clips from Helm, 3 indeed, from Burns earlier. It was those 12 runs in, what was it, first 10 balls. Oh, now Abbott's interesting use of the feet. That wasn't far from the off stump, let alone the edge.
Taking a view there, hasn't he? It looks like. This bloke's bowling so well at me, I think I'll better try and do something about it. Good position. Better to do that. So up to the stumps. Very alert at mid-on there this time, but hit by Helm. Late to be alert emerge.
Just mentioning Mercer, it's an hour and 20 minutes. We haven't seen him on the second day. The Kent pitch was described as the most perfect Tim Mercer pitch. Now this is the same track, but it's playing very differently to that game. And yeah, sign of the times really. It's, this isn't a Mercer pitch. And this is thrown on this guy, but then isn't he bowling well, Bamber? Just 30th over, he's bowled the most of the Middlesex bowlers. I'll double check now, just open the card up in front of me.
I think he's just about on that now, isn't he? And, for the moment, under 2 and 0, just under 2 and 0. That's top stuff, really. Nothing in the wickets column. 30 overs.
Yeah, Higgins has bowled 26, Helm 24, and Mercer 20. He's in his 30th. I remember it saying it yesterday. Middlesex had barely put a foot wrong. If you really want to be hypercritical of them yesterday, there was just a few 4 balls too many, wasn't there? Bamber though, extraordinary economy. He's on the spot virtually every ball. He's getting it to do something.
He is bowling very, very well. some would say, well, if he's bowling that well, he'd be getting wickets. And some days it goes like that. It just does. Remember Umesh Yadav last year bowling really, really well and unable to get anywhere.
Oh, now goes past edge again, leaving the batter out the slope. I mean, outstanding from Simpson as well, it has to be said, behind the stumps.
I think, though, in the great scheme of things, Middlesex have seen plenty of help from the bowlers this morning, and they've still managed 1 wicket in 80 minutes.
Well, that's cricket, really, isn't it? If you really want to sum up cricket, it's Ethan Bamber's spells yesterday and today. Can't really put cricket into a better perspective than that. You can bowl your heart out, bowl beautifully.
He's going over the wicket now. I think I'll be entirely comfortable with him bowling round the wicket, just that slip. I don't think it really works. Traditionally, off-spinners go round the wicket only when it's turning, so they can turn the ball down the line of the stumps. Good for LBWs.
That hit high up the inside edge of the bat there. They'll get a couple. Throw goes to the wicket keeper's end where they'll be safe. You've got a break coming up soon, Self.
Yes, oh, on that digit, which one is it?
Don't shake the wrong hand. Which one is it? I'll fist bump you. You put your fist forwards. Esky.
Great throbbing digit. It's like down at Merchant it's like one of those cartoon, where somebody hits their thumb with a hammer and they get this great throbbing thumb. It's like that. It's not a pleasant sight.
Tucks it around the corner again. A couple more here for Abbott.
There's 2 at a time up there then.
.381 for 6, 117 done. Do you want a cup of tea?
Yes, I'm just wondering who's going to come on. Who's coming on to? Oh, who's that?
Still
That's
Bamber.
Ethan again. Well, let Esker, you come in and see if you can get a wicket. Well, I've tried. I've tried. I've done everything I can.
Mark Selby will be back with us after lunch. I think Steve's with us through to the interval. Thanks, Self. There's the order from Self. A wicket-taking spell, please, Esky.
Yeah, Kev, look, it's been high-quality batting from a high-quality team and a bit of a clinic in how to put together a big score after being sent in, so it's been tough going.
Outstanding bowling from this man, Ethan Bamber. We'll come back to that in a moment, though. First of all, the finger. Go on, show it to the camera, or is it? It's up there. Which?
I don't know. Maybe it doesn't look as bad as
Before
it
lunch.
should. I should have showed it a couple of days ago. Yeah, it was just unfortunate one. Took a catch last week at MTs, and like I pretty much do, they somehow seem to stick, but they take a bit of finger on the way through, and then thought I'd get out there in the second innings and aim for that hero story of being 180 not out, batting with one hand, and 5th ball sort of knocked me on the end of the finger, and that was my game done. So it doesn't always work out how you'd hope, but coming along nicely.
Took the catch, that was the main thing. Although somebody said, was it Gus? You told Gus off because he said you should have caught it. Didn't you reply to him and say, yeah, I did, Gus?
Yeah, I keep telling these bowlers, I'm like, I would have rather thrown it on the deck and been all right. They don't like that, to be honest.
In the air, and gone. Bamber finally has a wicket. A beautiful spell of bowling from him, and he eventually picks up one, clipped off the clipped off the hip. All the Jaffers that he's bowled this morning in particular, he picks up Abbott, and Surrey is 7 down.
Yeah, great reward there for 30 unbelievable sets of bowling on what's looked like a placid pitch, but he's done what he's always done, and he's plugged away on a good length, and yeah, thoroughly deserved.
If I wasn't thinking of the highlights package, I'd have said a wicket in your first over. Well done, Esky.
I'm not entirely sure that's how he was thinking he was going to get his first for the game, but I'm sure in the 118th over he'll take him any way he can get.
Yeah, have you been watching, or have you been out back? Have you?
Bit of both. I've watched a fair bit this morning. I watched a fair bit yesterday.
I mean, these last 3 overs from Bamber have been incredible, absolutely outstanding. Ball after ball, nipping away up the slope, beating the edge. How he hasn't got a wicket, and then, as you say, he picks one up off the hip.
Yeah, I think that's a credit to his mental strength, but also his physical fitness. He's prides himself on being the fittest in the squad. Yeah, sorry, Self. Put myself in for a few more, I reckon.
3 deliveries, poor old Selby sat there an hour and a half now, just seen the one. 3 deliveries, he picked up a wicket.
That's that age-old, Sel's been plugging away for the morning session. I come on and get a pole on my first over.
Here's Overton out to join Clark. Real danger man. Surrey will still have their minds on something around 450 plus here. Even more if that man really gets going. We've got some dangerous customers down the order, as Middlesex saw at the Oval indeed.
Yeah, the embarrassment of riches for these guys. You've got, I think Jamie got a Test 98 last year, didn't he? So he's a proper all-rounder, strolling in at number 9. But if we can go bang, bang, bang here, 400 on a good surface, sun shining at Lords, looks like it could be a beautiful day for batting. So we won't be too displeased with that.
What's the prognosis on the finger? Are you going to be all right next week?
Yeah, so it wasn't broken. I've actually fractured this finger twice before, and they do say that if you've had a couple of previous breaks or fractures, that it's just a bit more susceptible to blowing up. And I just, leading up to this game, just couldn't quite hold the bat as I would like, and fielding was a real struggle. And you never want to be the guy that goes into a game 70 or 80% fit and you cop a knock, and it's not good for the team or yourself.
It's a good movement again from Bamber up the slope there.
Yeah, hopefully a bit of honesty. I don't think the opening batters want to see it darting around too much.
Well, we were saying that, Selv and I, that the Middlesex batters will be sitting there thinking it's probably still doing a bit too much this morning for their liking. Second day, best day to bat, you'd hope.
Yeah, look, fundamentally, there's always something in it here. If you bowl well with a new ball, and we've got some high quality top order batters who are going to have to bat really well to get through that, and as Surrey have shown that you can get through that, and as Smithy showed, it's a beautiful place to bat with that short boundary.
Tim Mercer's warming up right next to Bambus. This could be his last. Spot as ever. 1 for 61 from 31, or is Mercer charging down to the nursery end? He may well be. 3-8-3 for 7. Yep. Mercer from the nursery end. Said that a few times over the years.
Yeah, just in time to pick up a cheeky 3 for the death there and keep increasing that tally. But that's still a really important period of the game, this, because the momentum you can take from these last 3 wickets into your batting innings are crucial, and obviously an extra 30-40 runs from Surrey's perspective would be, mightily important too. So it's a critical half an hour, this, absolutely.
Yeah, they made him wait on the second day, an hour and a half before the old fella gets the ball. The most Tim Merton pitch, it was described as, this same track that Middlesex played Kent on earlier in the season when he picked up a 10 for. It's not quite been the same, this one.
Yeah, we just keep the old fella on ice until he gets back onto a wicket that has something in it with a bit of a slope. But phenomenal performer for Middlesex, Tim Merter, and the way he bowled yesterday was without reward, but fantastic perseverance.
Couple of slips in place. Simpson standing up for Mercer. You're making the point that Middlesex didn't particularly do much wrong yesterday, really. Just Surrey batted extremely well. Overly critical, just perhaps a 4-ball too many, but
Yeah, I think it can be the nature of July cricket at Lords, where that first 45 minutes or an hour is so important. And as we all know, and as I particularly know as a batter here, if you can get through that with that short boundary in this outfield and the slow nature of the wicket, you really feel like you can go big. And when you're playing top of the log and the reigning champions, with the depth they have in their batting lineup, that's sort of what they do. So we've stuck in well, but as I said, anything over sort of 400 psychologically, it becomes a real different challenge, one that we're up to, but yeah, it'll be difficult for sure.
it's a little bit of width, powered away by Clark. Cut down hard on that one.
Two dangerous players at the crease who'd like to move the game forward here, so set up for them, but massive job for the season campaigner here.
That's pretty much where he's got to leave it at the moment, isn't it? 'Cause you'd imagine that these two will be thinking about that run rate. 3.27, it's been very healthy throughout, but they don't want to wait. They don't want to wait for runs at this stage. They'll be erring on the side of positivity, I'd imagine.
Yeah, and I think as a bowling side, it's a really fine balance between defending a short boundary and a couple of players that are in, and still making sure you're being aggressive enough to take these last 3 wickets.
Should be held to just the single. It's fine work by Bamber. Room, it would appear, having watched it over the years, not done it myself out there, but Room runs out fast down the slope when the track's down the hill here as it is, and Old Father Time's up above you.
Yeah, it can be unforgiving, particularly this time, and as a fielding side, you're always thinking if somebody decides to target that short boundary, it can feel almost undefendable at times.
This goes up in the air. Bamber won't get around to it, and it is for Overton. A little inside out with that, but he knew what he was doing. End of the over. 393 for 7. Just adding a little bit of width, and they're going to go after Mercer, aren't they?
Yeah, that's sort of my point exactly there. He's not really got much of that at all, but he's a strong fella, and it's such a small boundary, and he's only faced 4 balls, so rightly so the field's up, trying to put him under a bit of pressure. But when ball strikers get in with that short boundary, it can be really difficult, and you have to make sure you're right on it.
I mentioned in the match a couple of years back when Keith Barker came in and targeted that short boundary. Really progressed the game hard for Hampshire on a morning that took the game away from Middlesex, really. Here's Bamber starting his 22nd. Darts to the track again from Clark.
Yeah, I think we've managed to do that quite well in the early parts of the season as well. If you think about the way that Higo's played and Toby at times, and Helmy and the middle to lower order have come in and really targeted that short boundary and put teams under pressure and kind of reap the rewards of the investment that the top order have made, and it's kind of a good blueprint of this ground in particular.
Higgins' season, I know he's a big mate of yours. He's topping the averages with a bat at the moment, isn't he? Leading wicket taker. It's been incredible.
Yeah, I think second on the MVP. And I think what's particularly impressive about his performances this year is a lot of it's been under real pressure as a team. He stood up at times when the teams really needed him to, and counter punch and brought us back into it. Even in 2020 cricket, the way his renaissance at number 3 was incredible. So really proud of the way he's come into the team. But I feel like he's such a experienced cricketer now, and he's been so consistent for so long. It's kind of second nature for him. He doesn't care who he's playing against or the situation of the game. He's on the front foot, which is fantastic.
It's an incredible start to the season, wasn't it? Those 450s in the first 4 games of the season, all in the first innings as well.
Yeah, and coupled with the shifts he's put in with the ball and what's been testing for a bowling side as well, it's been brilliant.
Cut away, there wasn't that much width on that. Clark. You'll be aware 3 wickets can go quickly at the other end as much as there's batting prowess there for Surrey.
I think you can really see the luxury that a squad like Surrey has to be able to have someone like Jordan Clark, who didn't play much of the T20s, coming in fresh, batting well and bowling well. No doubt he would have prepared well, as of all their 4-day players over the last little while, and that's a luxury that not too many counties can afford, so sort of fair play to them.
It's something that Middlesex probably had a few years back when Middlesex was top of the table, was that strength in depth. It was extraordinary, the 11 that weren't playing each week in 2016.
Absolutely, and I think that's a staple of a lot of the successful 4-day teams, in particular in Division 1. Depth, being able to, almost like an ice hockey team, they've sort of shipped in 6 or 7 guys into their blast team, and the other guys are on ice preparing, making sure their games are ready to go in this format.
It's a little uppishly, but didn't go fully through with it. Overton, end of the over, 120 overs bowled, 394 for 7. Yeah, it's an array of riches that Surrey have. It's an array of riches in that batting lineup. Burns gave it a really good start. Chanceless, wasn't he, for his 79, until eventually Higgins picked him up, caught by Holden. Smith's century was outstanding as well, just off of that one chance in the 90s.
Yeah, brilliant knock from Jamie. We saw it at the Oval. He's a devastating player when he gets in. You've really got to work incredibly hard in his first 20 or 30 balls to try and get him out, and once he was going, it was tough to stop.
Hell picking up the ball there in the foregrounds. Thought he bowled really well this morning. 3 wickets yesterday. Bowled well on the first day at Merchant Taylor School as well, I thought.
Yeah, I think, as best man at his wedding later in the year, I'm probably the wrong person to ask, but I feel like he's bowled without luck for the majority of the season. He's run in, he's had to play a number of different roles, taken on more responsibility, and probably hasn't quite got the wickets he would have liked. So nice to see him get some rewards today, and all of a sudden you pick up a couple more and you feel real justification for your effort, and that's exciting for him to be able to take forward into next week and the last month of the season.
Just about to say, it almost feels like we're in a waiting game at the moment. Well, Overton's not waiting much longer. 4 runs. Clean shot, mid-off and mid-on up.
Nice strike, not a shocking ball by any means, but when you're into your 22nd over and your team's into your 121st, it doesn't really matter.
That's what I was saying, any width for Mertz, they're really going to after him. At least if you're on the stumps at this stage, any little bit of movement, you've got a chance as the bowler, because they're, you'd imagine, going to push on a little here. It's 20 minutes before lunch. I want to throw it away all before the interval. I'm sure they'd love to send Middlesex out there again this afternoon.
Yeah, I think if I was in their position, I'd be looking to press down hard here for the last 20 minutes or so, and then have a real do just after lunch to get the boys back in whites and then get at us. So hopefully we can go bang bang, and hopefully the boys put their feet up, those bowlers who deserve it after lunch. .400 up for Surrey. Bonus points are done.
400 for 7. 121st. It's been an outstanding innings. And actually, probably this is a prime example of pushing that batting point back further. Surrey have batted incredibly well here. And if they'd have walked away with 4 batting points, I think, yeah, probably deserve. They only get 3 batting points. They've been batted as well as they have in this.
Yeah, particularly after getting sent in on what we all thought might have been a slightly more sporting wicket as it was against Kent. To go and play.
Ooh, now, question asked. Little inside edge on that, maybe?
Looked good from here.
So look at the replay. Given the way the appeals settled down quite quickly, I'm feeling that they must have felt an inside edge.
Must have been a scratch on that. Look straight from up here, I reckon.
Oh, now that's gone. Mertza has the wicket, comes out of the glove of Simpson and goes through to slip. Clark's gone for 78, 400 for 8, and a brilliant innings from Clark. Mertza eventually gets the wicket with an extra bit of bounce as well.
Beautiful bit of bowling there from Tim. That's sort of his stable from this end. He can beat you on both sides as he had done the ball previously, and then it just bounces and leaves him. And a nice catch there from Sam Robson at slip. You know, to be concentrating for this long, fantastic awareness.
I thought it took a bit of the glove on the way through. It didn't. It's gone out over the top of the glove, hasn't it?
Bit of extra bounce there. As I said, hopefully not too much. But yeah, fine innings comes to an end. Just what Surrey needed there, and more importantly for us, it's an opportunity now to knock them over before lunch. Rest up, have some food, and get out there and get stuck in.
The best part of that wicket as well was how well he did not to burst out laughing at me falling down the hole. Next to the chair's just gone down a hole.
I appreciate the excitement. I knew you loved Middlesex getting wickets, I wasn't sure quite how much.
Nearly took the side of the commentary box down with me as well. There's a hole in the floor where the power comes up, and I don't know if that seat's ever going to come back out of it. Actually, it's stuck down that hole now. So hopefully there aren't too many more wickets to go before lunch, or I could end up down that hole again. 400 for 8 is the score then, as Overton's on 11, Laws comes out, still Abbott, who's a real danger man to come, and this is exactly what you talked about, bang bang before lunch. And well, if Middlesex do come out after lunch again, then it's one more wicket and lunch is delayed now, of course. But if Middlesex do come out after lunch, it doesn't feel quite so bad when you're 2 wickets away.
Yeah, I don't know too much about Tom Laws. I know he is a bowling all-rounder, so he definitely can hold the bat. So it's certainly not a case of just rolling up and putting the ball there and knocking them over. We're still going to have to work hard for these last 2 poles.
Width from Helm, and Overton goes with it, picks up another boundary. This really could happen quickly now, couldn't it?
No point hanging around. I would suggest for Jamie, he's the sort of guy that if he comes off here, he could find himself 30, 40 off 25 balls. And equally presents an opportunity for us to get out there soon enough. So it's going to be some exciting cricket here, I'd say, before lunch.
He's taken all 4 wickets actually from the nursery end so far, Helm, hasn't he? Back on at the pavilion end. That's born out of Mertza's, just the rotation of the bowler. Mertza getting his chance at the pavilion, at the nursery end now.
He poses different threats, I think, from either end. You know, exacerbates his shape bowling from the nursery end, but I feel like from the pavilion end he's a bit more difficult to leave. Challenges both edges a little bit more.
Both again, but it's well stopped. Now De Carey's in the covers. Great piece of fielding from De Carey's, made the rounds on social media last night. He's incredible in the field, isn't he?
Yeah, he's a smart cricketer, Joshy, and he gives his all. which I think as a young player playing for Middlesex is all you can really ask. He's a wholehearted player, which is great to see.
A bit short this time, just pulled to Bamber for a single. Did you see Mercer's similar effort, tumbling over the boundary rope to stop it?
I must have missed that one, but I can imagine it's about as graceful as I think it would be. I've seen a lot of that over my time. I feel like him and Toby Rowland-Jones have had a fair few digs at each other over the last few weeks on who's got each other covered, so it's nice that those will be noted down in the notebook and brought up at lunch and tea or over a beer for sure.
That's nice from Helm. Goes up the slope. Saw a lot of that from the nursery ends. Nipping away from the right-hander, but against the slope here.
Yeah, sort of case in point there. It's a beautiful line. And with the natural variation, you know that some balls are going to swing up that slope and some balls might hold down it. So particularly when you're starting your innings and you're not quite picking up the line as you would, it can be really challenging from that pavilion end.
There it goes again. Beautiful. Last couple of deliveries from Helm to finish the over. That's him at his very best. 4:05 for 8.
Beautiful shape. That's, like you said, that is him at his best, and I think the length is the key there. You know, you're caught on the crease, you can't quite get forward. He's tall, he's got pace and bounce, but he's still challenging the top of those stumps.
Mercer will be happy to have him off strike for the moment. Not to be afraid of bowling him at all. Enjoy the challenge, but Laws has faced two tricky deliveries.
I think bowling to the tail can become a bit of an art form. You know, when to defend, when to attack, when to swallow your pride and get your fielders back, and now's a good opportunity to try and knock Laws over.
Hits high up the outside edge again, doesn't it? Just that little bit of bounce from Mercer once more. There's a little bit of everything out there, and that is going to be a danger for Middlesex, isn't it? There is a bit of seam, there is a bit of swing, and as we're seeing from Mercer, there's a little bit of bounce as well.
Yeah, I feel like that is the beauty of Lord's Cricket Ground. You know, you're always, particularly with the slope, you're always a chance early, and we're under no illusions that it's going to be tricky work, no less because of the quality of their bowling attack. But with Rocky and Robbo.
Oh, beaut from Mercer, the Jaffa. It's the Surrey number 10.
Yeah, with guys coming back into form last week and some of the quality of Peter Milan, you know, he's had a tough time, but there's no doubt he's due and he's got a good attitude towards it. I feel like there's no greater opportunity. You know, we want to play against the best and we want to perform against the best, and I feel like this afternoon's a really nice marker after that phenomenal effort at Merchant Taylor's last week.
Mercer's asking for 2 slips for Laws now. He had a slip in a gully. Use of the feet from Laws. Throw coming in from Holden to the non-strikers end. Laws is always home. Good work from Holden nonetheless. It's the number 10 off the mark. Nice use of the feet from Laws, wasn't it? It's amazing how teams bat all the way down now.
Yeah, he's absolutely no mug, that's for sure. Really talented young player by the looks. Actually haven't played too much against him, a little bit in the one-day comp last year, but comes in with rave reviews from the Surrey side, and they're really excited, and to get into this side as a young player, you know, you're absolutely having to offer something. So interesting to see him bowl this afternoon.
Let's come the over from Mercer, just a couple off it. Yeah, 10 minutes to lunch, and one more wicket goes down. Lunch is delayed by half an hour until the fall of the final wicket. How keen are Surrey to send Middlesex back out there again this afternoon, though?
Yeah, absolutely. It's psychologically a difficult thing to stick your whites back on. You don't quite know just how long for. Like Jamie Overton at the crease, could be half an hour, could be 2 minutes, but either way, it's kind of the hope that kills you when you're looking 8 down now and you're thinking we can go bang bang and have some food and get on the massage bed. But that's where this format of the game is so attritional and can be so difficult at times.
And he'll be fully aware of that, won't he, as a bowler himself? Send him back out there again this afternoon, Overton. Well, it's not to say he won't swing for another 6 here in a moment, but...
No, absolutely, and I feel like we'd be doing exactly the same thing. There'd be some pretty relaxed people up in that dressing room, knowing that no matter what happens now, they've got a healthy score on the board, and we're going to have to do that well to stay in the game.
Oh, it's a beaut. Absolute beaut from Helm. This ball's what? 43 overs, 44 overs old now. It's doing a bit for Helm, as it was for Bamber as well.
It certainly looks like it's done a little bit more today than it did yesterday. I don't know if that's a combination of us getting it right with the ball, a little bit the surface.
Yeah, Selvin noted that this morning as well. Keeps a fraction low as it beats the edge, that one. I mean, it certainly did a bit for the first hour yesterday, I thought, as you'd expect it to.
Yeah, absolutely, and I don't think, if we're being brutally honest, we were at our very best yesterday with the ball. I feel like we were tight, we were patient and we were disciplined, but we probably weren't as threatening as we needed to be when you send a side in on day one. You know, I don't think we missed by too far, but I just feel like we weren't quite as threatening as we often are at this ground.
Oh, wow. Now, this ball's really doing something at the moment, and that is going to be a threat to Middlesex. It is going to be a worry. There'll be a few batters out there thinking it's doing a bit more as well.
Lovely shape from Helmy again, and, you know, Jamie's not going to die wondering it, I wouldn't have thought.
Well, you know, does it change Overton's mindset? He's really going to have to resist here, isn't he? For 7 more minutes to make sure that Middlesex are going back out there this afternoon. Because, again, one more wicket, and it's unlikely Middlesex will go back out with the extra half an hour.
Yeah, I think you can get carried away a little bit with that, because whether you lose 2 wickets now or in the first 5 minutes after lunch, it's more about the runs.
There's more of them.
Jamie does exactly what I expect him to do, and what if I was in their camp I'd urge him to do, because, like you said, if you can get to 440, 450, whether you're bowling first ball after lunch or third over after lunch, doesn't make too much of a difference in my mind.
Actually, yeah, that's a good point. Because the batters have got to come out and set themselves up again after the interval, haven't they? Whereas over 20 balls, 22 runs. To some extent, he's in now, isn't he?
Yeah, and I feel like you work really hard to put yourself in a position as a batting side now. I don't think there would be any point in dropping the tempo. I think as a fielding group, we would appreciate them seeing it out until lunch. But if they come out hard now, it can be a tough place to be as a tired set of legs.
Back to Laws for one more ball this over. He'll probably get another one before lunch. Looking at the clock now, this delivery will take it up to 55. Top ball, so Overton will have strike, 4:13 for 8.
I think good captaincy here from Mark Stoneman, knowing that he's got his tallest, fastest bowler. You know, he's most adept in defending short sides. If someone like Overton was to go, and then giving his sort of workhorse and maybe slower but still very skillful bowler from this end, just giving him a little bit more leeway to that longer side. And I feel like it's worked really well. They haven't been able to get too many away to that short side over the last little while, and they still managed to be able to bowl some threatening deliveries.
Single down to long off. Gives the chance to have a look at Laws again.
And again, it can be quite difficult here because you set your men back for someone taking you on, and then you realise that you can go at 6 and over by bowling 6 good balls. So it's a real cat and mouse game.
Law's job, I'd imagine, is pretty straightforward here at support Overton. He's not the man to be scoring the boundaries, scoring the runs quickly. Just make sure you stay there to give Overton every chance.
Yeah, absolutely. I feel like, you know, that changes a little bit after lunch. If you're really happy to either, you know, pull out 20 minutes after lunch or get all out, it's just a case of having a bit of fun and, I guess, driving teams into the dirt. And I think if they come out after lunch with these two, I wouldn't expect to see much different than them going as hard as they can for 15, 20 minutes or so and trying to get as many runs as they can.
That was a nice use of the feet. Clever from Laws. We did see that in the last over, a little shuffle to Mercer when Mercer brought in the 2 slips. It's pretty much his job for now though, isn't it? Nudge it around.
Yeah, nice way to negate Mertz's most likely threats, which are LBW and bowled, nipping the ball back up that slope, so making sure you're outside the line or you're too far down the wicket that if he does hit you on the pad, it's a tough decision.
Just gave himself a little bit of room there, Overton. Single down to long off, and he whipped through Mercer, and he was going to target that offside there, wasn't he? Oh, now just went searching for that one a little bit. Laws inside edge. The replay from the other end will be interesting. 4 runs.
Yeah, that's the stuff that really hurts when you're into your 125th over as a side. You feel like the world's been against you for a while, and you know you earn your luck in this game, but there's no doubt they've had a fair bit. Lots of play and misses, stuff like that. It does hurt you, and hopefully Middlesex will make some similar fortune.
.125 done. 1 more until lunch, unless a wicket falls. Helm looking for a 5 foot. 420 for 8. Glorious scene at the moment. There is a threat of showers this afternoon, this evening. Not heavy, but the occasional shower. Middlesex will hope that doesn't mean it's going to be gloomy skies overhead in the second half of the day. Or they'll have had what the Australians have had in the Test Series, pretty much the worst of the batting.
Yeah, exactly. Although it will arm our batting group with a bit more to go into the pub after the game and say, oh, the sun's out when they bat, it's cloudy when we bat.
Edged well short of Robson. Slip. Yeah, it was gloomy for about the first hour yesterday morning, wasn't it? The hover cover was loitering just before the start of play, and then after that, sun burst through and they never looked back.
Yeah, and I'm sure watchers of county cricket will look at the score and wonder why we bowled first, but I feel like if you watch closely, if you were here yesterday, if you saw the surface up close and knew the history of the way it played against Kent and the overheads, there was really only one decision, and there's no doubt they would have done exactly the same thing.
So let's a little bit about the surface actually then, comparison to Kent. I saw Peter Milan and he said you can just see It's a much lighter colour, this one, as Selv said. The Kent's game was April. We're in July. It's going to be a considerably drier surface.
Yeah, I feel naturally it's just a lot slower. I feel like you said yesterday, it was still enough that was on offer for us in the first session, but when things happen a bit slower, as a batsman you get a bit more time to adjust, the nicks fall a little bit shorter.
Oh, now he's played all around that one and he's gone. Helm has a 5 for Laws, full straight. As soon as he missed that, he always felt the finger was going to go up.
Yeah, nice piece of bowling. You could see Laws targeting that leg side boundary again and never quite got going. And great reward for persistence there from Helmy. It's been a nice spell. Into his 27th over as a big fast bowler. It's nice to see him get that 5 for and that reward, and hopefully help himself earn a couple of hours off this afternoon.
At bang on 1 o'clock, it means he's got an extra half an hour potentially here now. Yeah, no doubt. Just that shape that he's been getting on the ball as well, straightened it.
Yeah, nice piece of bowling. Anyone who bowls out swing bowling will tell you it's easy to swing the ball on the channel from a little bit wider of off stump, but it's a harder skill to be able to pitch the ball on the stumps and still leave the right-hander. So you see the best in the country and the best in the world do that, and at his best, Helmy is certainly up there with those guys. So if he bowls more balls like that over the next little while, he's going to finish with a lot more wickets.
That was going to be my next question for you, actually, because we've seen some late swing, and when it's late swing, you kind of wonder, hold on, has that gone off the seam, or is it late swing, straight in the line, and then it's gone?
I feel like I said, from that end as well, you're sort of, as a batter, you're setting up for the ball beating your inside edge potentially, but when you can swing the ball up the slope, you still know he can beat you on the outside. You still have to be wary of the stumps and LBW running down the slope. So that's why I really like him bowling from that end, and I think the skill there, like I said, is to try and swing the ball late and from straight, and not many bowlers in the world can do that, and that's why he's got immense skill and talent, and when he gets it right, he's up there with the best of them.
So an extra half an hour, or until
Hopefully
the wicket
not.
falls. Yeah, exactly. For Middlesex, if these two are out there for half an hour is going to be the point. There's going to be, they'll be pretty close to probably 500, because these two will not die wondering now.
Yeah, well, the last time we played Frankie at Frankie Worrell at the Oval, he had a bit of fun, which really ground us into the dirt. So there's no doubt these boys will be right on it here, because they know it's not just going to happen for them.
The moment that feels pretty orthodox, just a slip and a gully, deep square, long leg. Worrell's first ball. There we go. Opens up straight away, all along the floor to Ethan Bamber.
Nudges that calmly into the onside for a single or something like that.
Well, Overton similarly now. The field will drop back straight away. Tim Mercer heading back towards long on. Deep mid wicket, Max Holden, deep square, Bamber, long leg, Peter Milan.
Yeah, and it's a tricky one now for Mark Stoneman. He's bowled a good spell here, but he can't bowl for the rest of the half an hour. But who do you bowl from that end? Who can you bowl from that end? It's difficult.
Slow ball, well bowled. Worrell back onto strike. And he showed that he's not even going to have a look, Worrell. Last ball of the over though from Helm. Does he just block it out and let Overton try and have a go at Mercer?
No. I think maybe his mind might be saying that, but I feel like his body might be thinking something else.
Mid-wicket drops back. Oh, goodness me, cleared the foot, didn't he? Overton rejects the single, says no thank you, I'll have it. So it'll be Mercer to Overton, 4-2, 3 for 9. Helm is getting that late swing from the pavilion ends. Ball's 46 overs old now. I mean, these guys, actually you summed it up quite well. I was struggling to sum up yesterday. So, there's often a day where you sit here and say Middlesex haven't done much wrong with the ball, bowling, the fielding side, haven't done much wrong with the ball, but they probably haven't done enough right. I didn't feel I could say that yesterday. I thought they did a lot right, but it just didn't happen.
Yeah, and I feel like some of that comes with your preconception of what you think is going to happen when you win the toss under gloomy skies, and you want that instant gratification. And I guess we'll be in a far better position to analyse it.
It's going to fall short, is it? Davies coming in from long leg. Everybody back bar slip and backward point. Tom Helm, everybody else on the rope.
Yeah, I think it'd be a little bit easier to analyse after Surrey have bowled on it for a couple of hours. If it's similarly as placid and we get through and we're 1 or 2 for 100, 130, then I feel like we can look back on that day and say it was a nice grinding day. But similarly, if it does dart around a little bit, maybe we'll see it as a bit of a missed opportunity, but I guess time will tell.
It does feel like it's doing more though today, and that is going to be a real danger to Middlesex. Here's Worrell on strike to Mercer. Bumper from Mercer.
Maybe Jamie's just wording him up there saying you'll be getting that back, Mertzy.
Single taken. Overton will have strike with 3 to go the over. Yeah, again, it's you can only really piece things together looking backwards, can't you? But sunny morning, it's been swinging a bit. Why?
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure. I think if you look at the nature of our bowling attack, for those that watch closely, we're a little bit more of a pitch-up seam attack, a lot of wobble seams, attacking that front pad. So I don't think we're ever going to be the sort of partnership. I don't think we're ever going to be the sort of team that has prodigious swing. So if the overheads do allow it and the pitch doesn't, we still will look for that movement off the seam, which I feel like has provided us with so much success here. But then when you see someone like Helm, he stands the seam up, a bit taller, slightly higher action, bowls in a similar fashion to the way that someone like a Worrell or an Overton will, we get able to get a bit more of an understanding when they bowl.
Oh, now I think that's gone off his shoulder. He seamed through it particularly early, and no runs given. It was off the bat or off the glove. Wow. I think I need another look at that. Did you see that clearly?
Rushed for pace? I don't know. It's a nice bit of bowling. Bowling to the long side with a couple of guys back. He knows he's not going to turn him down, so it's sort of a him or me situation here.
To the naked eye from up here, it just felt that it went so slowly off the edge. I should be careful how I say this about poor old Mertz, but it went so slowly off the edge that was what I thought it was off the body. 4, 3, 2 for 9. Just high up that outside edge of the bat. Body line from Merter.
You love to see it. You love to see it. But I have absolutely no doubt that the bloke he's bowling at 2 will be dishing it back to him.
Yeah. He's never in line anyway, so he's fine.
Yeah, exactly.
Slow ball from Helm, pushed wide outside the off stump. There's a short boundary to the onside, so the slower ball pushed that little wider.
Yeah, good bowling again. He's got his field set wide on that offside, trying to hide the ball from Overton's leg side. And this is what he does in the 2020s. Helm, he's adept at adapting and making sure that he's doing the right thing by the team, and hopefully he can pick up a 6th one as well.
I was about to say all we're missing here is 28,000. Otherwise Helm, it's Overton and Worrell here. They're going to be swinging hard and he'll be bringing out all of his white ball skills.
And what I would have given in a couple of those games to have 9 fielders out of the ring.
He's got a deep mid-wicket, deep square and a long leg. Deep point back. Helm for Worrell, everybody back for Overton.
It's an important couple of balls here. They're going to make sure they bowl them all at Worrell here, and you start to get into a position now where you really need to find this wicket, because like you said, it's a matter of when Jamie O decides to go, it can be really difficult to defend. So got to be right on it here and try as hard as we can to get this one.
Oh, now gone. 6 for Helm. Leading edge straight to Stoneman. The Middlesex captain takes the catch to wrap it up. 4-3-3, and there'll be a little bit of relief there. The danger man Overton not out on 35. Worrell goes for 2. Middlesex will be very happy to wrap that up 10 minutes into that extended half an hour.
Yeah, nice effort this morning. I think Surrey's depth on show there with everyone coming out and playing well. We stuck at it well. Very pleased for Helmy. He's deserved a performance like that all year. He's run in hard. And I feel like we're set up for a really interesting final 2 sessions of this game, because it's going to be a great contest between a high quality bowling attack and some good senior batsmen. So yeah, I'll definitely be tuning in after lunch for sure.
100 runs, 5 wickets in the morning. Middlesex would have taken that, fancy.
Yeah, I think so. And it ebbs and flows, doesn't it? Because at times, it looked like it could have got a bit uglier than that, and at times I feel like we could have knocked them over. So, yeah, I don't think the game plan changes moving forward. It's going to be a really nice attritional start. We're going to have to get in and set our stall out and make sure that we drag ourselves back into this game with the bat.
Stephen Eskenazi, thanks for your time. We'll see you after lunch, I think, at some point later. Middlesex, well, they'll be starting up in, 14 minutes' time. So join us back just before 10 to 2, 4-3-3. Surrey all done. A century for Smith. Fine cameo at the end for Overton. And Burns up at the top, as well as Clark with Smith later on, really topping things up for Surrey. Fine morning for Middlesex. They picked up 5 wickets, limited the damage after a good first day for Surrey. Join us back in just under 40 minutes. Surrey all out for 433. Well, good afternoon, everybody, and welcome back to Lords. The players out and play very nearly to go here at the home of cricket. A sunny afternoon, and Middlesex will hope for a sunny outcome. It's been a difficult 4 sessions so far. 433, a lot of runs on the board for the table toppers, the London rivals Surrey, who will be very happy with where they are in this match. Very happy with where they are in the season. They are looking good. Now, as you'll see at the bottom of the screen, and you've seen with the players making their way out, Mark Stoneman is joined by Peter Milan up at the top of the order. Sam Robson is fine, he'll bat at 3. And the thought process, I would imagine, is quite straightforward. It's a change-up, it's a switch-up. Milan hasn't got the runs he'd have liked this year. And what can Middlesex do to help him? Well, one of the things is let him open the innings, just see if that makes a change-up. But first it's Mark Stoneman, and here's Dan Worrell. A little bit of shape down the leg side. And a dot ball to begin for Worrell, who was the last to go for Surrey in that 433. Stoneman dabs at that one, at a dot ball into the offside. So yes, a Centurion and Smith, a couple of 50s, Burns, Clark, top up at the end from Overton. 433, very good runs for the visitors here at Lords. And they'll know it's a Middlesex lineup that are under a bit of pressure. And much as the man sat to my left, Mike Selby, was saying this morning, Stephen Eskenazi backing it up before lunch as well, the ball's doing a bit more on day 2 than it did on day 1, and that's going to be a real danger to Middlesex this afternoon. Shoots away, angled across.
Yeah, it went in the air a little bit. So I don't know, the atmosphere changed. It looks exactly
I asked
Eski.
Eski. He said, I don't know. Why is it swinging more today?
Going to be the ball. I don't know. Who knows? Nobody knows. We speculate on all these things. Interesting move at the top of the order.
Lovely ball to finish the over. That's where Worrell will want to work. To Stoneman. That picture continues to get better and better at the moment, doesn't it? Every time we look at it on the wide angle from here in the media centre. Middlesex will be hoping the picture in the bottom left will start to look pretty good as well. 0 for 0 after 1. Peter Milan to have strike.
Yeah, challenge for him now. It's an interesting move, but a good one. Often, you know, the key to getting a group of people in any sport to play well is it isn't necessarily getting different individuals in to do things. It's just rearranging things a little bit. That sometimes works, and it's surprising. It's a dynamic. You create a dynamic, and you know, if you remember at the end of last season, Peter Milan coming to 3. In fact, just happened by happenstance, didn't it, at Worcester when Steve Eskenazi was ill overnight. He came at 3 and batted beautifully at 3. And he kind of shifted the whole way he looked at the batting order.
Clark it is then. 3 slips and a short mid-wicket. Deep square setback as well. Inside edge. Inside edge. I'm pretty sure I heard 2 noises on that. We'll have a look again.
Well, if he didn't get anything on that, that was stone dead. Maybe that's a little bit of luck he needs. Can't get a stride in there, could he? Very tentative, you know. He looks tentative. Been bowled a few times, hasn't he? Quite early on.
I'm looking at producer Ollie because he's got both cans on. 2 noises, Ollie? Yeah. Straight away my thought was I heard 2, but... And he's off the mark, Peter Milan. Middlesex are off the mark. It's only 1 run. We talked about it this morning, didn't we? That, you know, it's just 1 out of the middle of the bat and all of a sudden you're away again, but maybe it's just 1 call that goes in your favour.
Well, that helps, doesn't it? You know, he could have been, you know, walked off with another first baller there, and you wonder where you're going. We know he's a good player. I do think he's very tentative. He must be going through his mind. And, I've got to get runs. I've got to get runs. I don't think he's moving particularly well. How much of that's down to his knee injury, I don't know.
Immediately around the wicket, Stoneman. 2 Stoneman, Clark.
He doesn't seem at the moment to be getting a stride in at all in his batting. Now maybe that'll come rhythm if he manages to stay in for a period of time. Then he'll a bit more rhythm come into it, and you get the rhythm of batting just as you do with the rhythm of bowling.
Lovely shot. Stoneman's off the mark, and he's off the mark with a boundary.
More than a push again, wasn't it? It's timing that counts. Placement. They've got a boundary rider out there, but unable to run around and cut that one off.
There's a great deal of talent in this Middlesex top order. There's also a great deal of pride. Imagine this is a challenge that they will relish. End of the 2nd over, 5 without loss. That man there, skipper in the side as well against his former county, Surrey. He'll want more runs this season, and he'll want them now. It's not to say that is the way that it will pan out, but just from the mental aspect, there are very few players. There are occasionally some who go out there and what'll be will be, but as you mentioned with Milan, same with Stoneman.
This little bit of needle exactly, but you always wanted, you know, this cross-river rivalry. It's gone one way and then it's gone the other way.
Worrell's first ball to Stoneman. To Milan, sorry, had the entire first over to Stoneman, the left-hander. He was outstanding for Gloucestershire, wasn't he? Had a good game against Middlesex at Cheltenham College.
Cheltenham, he did indeed, and he was coming here, but to come here because of his interest in the city, didn't he? Was that the narrative?
Who could blame him? He who tires of London tires of life. Says the two Wandsworth boys, one who moved up the M1 and one who moved to Spain.
Yeah, I mean, I've lived there for 20 odd years, but 20 odd years, since I was 20 odd years. Yeah. It's too busy, too many people. Two boys, absolutely. Yeah.
I have to admit, on a complete aside as we are, towards 2013 I moved to Spain for the winters, and I'd tired of London at that point, I have to admit, but then being in Spain for a few years, I didn't half miss London. I'm happy to be back.
Everything that London has to offer, and
By to deep backward square leg, just raced away off the pad, that one. Even with the slope, that was never straightening. It was a yelp, an anguished yelp rather than an appeal. Around the wickets to Stoneman, and Stoneman delivers in exactly the same fashion as he did to Clark at the boundary. End of the third, 10 without loss. Positive from Stoneman. It wasn't quite a...
yeah, if the ball's there to hit, then he'll hit it. Again, he's been a really good player for Middlesex, a terrific signing. Brought some solidity and experience to the team. And again, fortunate in his case that he wanted to stay in London. I think he lives in Liverpool, is he still?
What's up now? Yeah, that's the side screen.
I've just been chatting, after rushing in and chatting with Richard Evans downstairs. Tennis journalist, come from Wimbledon, who's telling me about the remarkable talent Carlos Alcaraz is. Extraordinary talent, you know.
Did you watch it? Final?
I did, yeah, I did. I didn't watch much of it, but I said so.
Yeah, same. I didn't see a single shot at Wimbledon, but I saw every shot of the final. After the first set, you thought, well, this is going to be over in a flash, and it was going to be a damp squib. But it set the the story couldn't have been better, given how badly he lost that first set.
I think there was a narrative to it that was actually even more extraordinary, which was given he was 20-year-old and has hardly ever played on grass courts before. Played at Queen's, learnt a bit at Queen's, and then almost learnt on the hoof in the final there. You know, oh, this is what I'm supposed to do. I play, you know, oh, okay, I don't. And then came back and played the way he did.
I actually felt a little bit for Djokovic because the crowd, it wasn't that they were getting on Djokovic's back, but because he won the first set so handsomely, everybody started to back the underdog, didn't they? And poor old Djokovic was on the receiving end of it.
I think they probably there's something about Djokovic that doesn't endear himself to crowds. And I suppose it's always been Federer or it's been Nadal or Andy Murray.
That's a lovely shot from Milan, and he might. He won't get 4 for it. He'll get a couple. 12 without loss. The bat face closed slightly in his hand, didn't it? So he didn't get that power down the ground. But almost a little bit like Michael Schumacher. He's too good for people to love him because you're taking away the story. It's no fun now. You're too good at it.
Now there's a real whiz-bang rival there that might pick up again. If your great rivals kind of disappear from the scene, you're left who's last man standing, aren't you? Having a conversation, not just now, but a conversation about the England cricket team actually, because it reminds me a little bit of the 2003 England rugby team that won the World Cup there.
That hooped. Clark, end of the over, 4 gone, 12 without loss.
It wasn't a team for a legacy, was it? It was, or rather, it wasn't a team for ongoing success. It was a team for a purpose, which it did, and then disbanded. And if you look at the ages of the England cricket team at the moment, it's not going to last, is it? It's going to be some, especially the bowling attack. And,
that's the great wonder, isn't it? The bowling attack. But I guess we thought that in 2005, didn't we?
Yeah,
Are you ever going to replace this
They
one?
weren't all 30 years old.
No.
Well, not just 30 years old, we're talking about
40.
Mid-30s we're talking about here. I think one case from 41 this week, I think, is he?
Oh, edged. All on the floor to third slip.
Every single, well, Mark Woodson, does he? But five of them see the bowling attack are over 30.
Run along the floor to third slip on this occasion.
Played that deliberately soft hands.
Can I come back to Djokovic for a moment, though? As you said, he doesn't endear himself to the crowd during the game, but actually, in the interview at the end, it was it was a charming interview. Actually, funnily enough, then watched a couple of other interviews with him on YouTube afterwards, and he came across incredibly well. It's just different, the persona on the court to the one off it.
I guess you're right. It was quite easy to be magnanimous when he won 22 or whatever it is Grand Slams, and if it's your first, you kept compare and contrast with the loser of the women's, who's genuinely distraught, and understandably so. Again, Richard downstairs was saying, that it wasn't just her, it wasn't even just her country, it was the whole continent of Africa that were on that one. And what a weight to put on somebody's shoulders over a tennis match.
Continent on the rise in cricket as well. There's much being made over the Major League Cricket in the States at the moment. But speaking to Dave Houghton a little while ago, I didn't realise there was a T10 launching in Zimbabwe quite soon, which seems to be getting a little bit of traction. They've got the 2027 World Cup, haven't they? Co-hosted South Africa, Zimbabwe and Namibia, which is pretty big that between the three of them will be hosting the tournament. And there's a number of stadiums going up in Zimbabwe. Victoria Falls is it in Zimbabwe? They're really excited about that one.
Zambia.
Are they not? I can't remember. There's a ground they're particularly excited about. 12 without loss after 5. Both Dave Houghton and Sean Williams, I suppose, a pair of them. They were really excited about this stadium just being put up in the spectacle that it would be. But yeah, the SA20 as well, aren't they? Going in South Africa now.
I think all these countries have to be very careful about banging up new stadia, though, because I cast my mind back to 2007 in the West Indies and how ICC's demands for big, brand new stadia and improved other stadia kind of almost killed a lot of the spirit of Caribbean cricket. It certainly did in Antigua. It did in Guyana. They built a brand new stadium in Trelawney in Jamaica for the opening ceremony, and that just, as far as I'm aware, just became a bit of a white elephant as far as cricket is concerned anyway. Really developed Sabina Park. The only one that really worked was Bridgetown, I think. Guyana, they, sometimes they, but Antigua is particular. It's such a shame because I used to love watching cricket at it's my favourite cricket ground in the whole world, the Antigua Recreation Ground, to watch cricket. The West Indies in their pomp. And those who know will understand this, the old Victorian prison.
It's got leg side.
The old Victorian prison is right next door to the ground. The ARG was a very small, compact ground, and there's this old Victorian prison next door. And what they did was to build the new Viv Richards Stadium, a mile and a half out of town. Now, the essence of cricket in Antigua and in St John was the fact that people just came in out of the town. And logically, to me, the solution was to redevelop the ARG to international, real international standards by knocking down the prison, build a new prison out of town, right? And you still retain the essence of what cricket was in Antigua.
You mean town planners got it wrong, so?
Well, I just think that was ICC got that
well,
wrong.
yeah, I know. That's well bowled by Clark.
And the stadium was built with Chinese money. So Chinese money came in, and my understanding is that there was almost like a quid pro quo there. There's a vote in the UN from Antigua. Providence in Guyana, that was built with Indian money, and you built a stadium probably 2 miles more out of Georgetown there, whereas the old border ground was right in the centre.
End of the over, 12 without loss. Yeah, I walked up to the Rec a couple of years back from the port. And it's 5-10 minutes, isn't it, really, from the port up to the Rec?
Yeah, it was the heart of the town almost.
Yeah.
And to see, I've never had so much fun watching cricket as I have done at the ARG with West Indies in there, we're saying their pomp. There, the ground floor, just heaving. Literally heaving, the double-decker stand, bouncing up and down. Chicky Baptiste disco in the front there, booming stuff out. Gravy and Mayfield, the two cross-dressing clowns who climb up the rafters. It was just an extraordinary place to watch cricket, and great cricket played there too. You know, see Brian Lara trying to break the world record.
Short leg in place here for Stoneman. As Worrell comes back over the wicket. Oh, straight to him. Thumps into the shin. Back out again.
When Lara first broke that record, Sobers, and he needed to get past 365, and he hit the boundary off Chris Lewis, I think, that took him to 365. So he pulled the 4, and that was the boundary that took him past it. And the celebrations, and Gary Sobers was there, to the field, all this stuff. And it wasn't until one of the cricket magazines came out a couple of months later with a cover shot of him pulling that boundary that he realised that he trod on his stumps. And the bail had gone up in the air and come back down into the groove again. Can you imagine what would have happened if that had fallen to the ground?
Completely forgotten about that. There was another batter, wasn't there? Was it Chandapal who went back on his stumps? Bail came off. Run was, well, you know, ball was pushed away. Fielders were all throwing it back around, and he just, I'm sure it was Chandapal, wasn't it? He used to use the bail to hammer in his guard.
Yeah.
So he picked up the bail, hammered in his guard, then put the bail back
that might
on.
have been Bridgetown.
Was it against England though?
Might be against Australia.
Yeah, I don't think it was England. Yeah,
I was there, I think, and it was back in the day when the newspaper would kind of understood that there was some really, really good series to be played that were neutral series. I was very lucky enough to go and do quite a few neutral series, and that was one of them. West Indies Australia was. I saw 2 fantastic series between them. About 3, partly one in Australia too.
Oh, bit of bounce on that, but always going away. Down the leg side, spectacular take that by Folkes, and actually mentioning international and test cricket at the moment. That was a wonderful piece of glovesmanship from Folkes. You see it from behind. Fine work. Also in the over 12 without loss. Yeah, I walked up to the wreck. Haven't seen it. Is that 2 down for England? I'm just
No,
be a
one
shoulder
they're
there.
cracking on. I was just looking there. 119 for 1 off. One ball shy of 25 overs. So
Moeen's going at it as well, is he?
Crawley 62, Mo 51.
Yeah, walked up to the wreck, having never seen cricket played there. Walked up from the port, and you kind of, whoa, hold on, it kind of opens up in front of you, don't it? Because as you say, it's in the middle of the town, so you kind of turn a corner, and there it is. And actually, when you come from that side of ground, memory serves, or that side of town, or from the port heading up, the first thing you see is the commentary positions, radio boxes. And it was funny, you know, he stood there in this famous old ground, which sitting there empty as it was that day. It wasn't even as though, oh, look at it, or, you know, you could see the cricket inside. I looked at the ground, and all I could feel was I could hear the ground. You could feel the life that was there in that ground. That's a beaut. Slow from Clark, and well beaten by that. But yeah, you know, having watched it over the years, as you mentioned the names, Gravy was always the one for me. It's a cracking ball. Got the angle right there, Clark, didn't he? And then it leaves the right-hander. But yeah, I just remember standing there looking up at the commentary box and the the walkway gantry behind to get in and out of each of the boxes. Just looked at this empty ground, and you could hear it. You could hear what it would have been like.
And there was an opportunity that I thought had gone forever when we played the first Test match at the new Richards Stadium, and the outfield was like one of Antigua's. We said it was the 366th beach of Antigua. There was one for every day of the year there, and this was the leap year. The outfield was so sandy. So sandy that the West Indies opening bowlers just sank into the sand, and the match was abandoned after 2 overs. I think it was something like that anyway. And I think they might have had a little bit of an inkling about it, but there was an extraordinary civic effort to get the Test match played at the ARG, and I went back to the old ARG. Lick up paint went up. It was like one of those DIY rescue things you see on the telly. It was like that, everything was spick and span, and played the Test match there.
About to say a nicest thing for the single.
Andy Roberts did the pitch, like he had done for some years, or supervised the pitch. The pitch always used to be rolled at the ARG by inmates from the prison. And I saw the true story of this, right? I saw one bloke was there rolling the pitch. And I was just interested. I said, how long have you been doing this for? He said, 10 years, man. 10 years.
Single to the over, 15 without loss.
And that pitch for that replayed game, or restarted game at the ARG, because they used the ground not for cricket anymore, but they used it for football and stuff like that. There was a football halfway line marked. It was right across the middle of the pitch, like almost like indented into it. It wasn't like a painted line. It was as if it was a permanent thing that they used to mark. It was in the middle of the pitch. I thought, this is going to be a bit tricky, and it didn't play any part whatsoever in the game. The pitch was perfect.
Which restarted one was that? That wasn't the
Not the Jamaica one.
No. What was the restarted one?
Restarted one.
Yeah, sorry, is that what you just said?
Well, there were two. The two have been abandoned in the Caribbean that involved England. One was the Jamaica pitch,
corrugated iron roof.
Yeah, and the other was the one at the Richards Stadium, which was because the outfield.
Alex Stewart's fingers still sore as he's listening to us talk about it.
Him up here, you ask him, but he got the best 9 not out you've ever seen in your life there. By the end of the, I can't remember how many overs it lasted.
Was it he and Thorpe, the last pair, when it was eventually called off? Was it two Surrey boys? I got a feeling it was, but anyway, go on.
So by the last over, as it proved, the England physio was on the field 4 times in the over. 4 times. Poor old Butch, Mark Butcher, who wasn't down to play in the game, hadn't faced a ball all tour, came into the side right at the last minute because I think Jack Russell, pulled out a strain of some sort, back strain. So Alex was going to keep wicket. They brought Butch into the team. And John Crawley was due to bat at 3, and instead John Crawley shifted down the order. Butch came in at 3, not having faced a ball all tour. First ball he got of the tour from Curtly Ambrose came straight up off a length, hit him on the top of the bat handle and went to slip. Absolute death ball. just took the off the ball. 9 not out.
Thank goodness it was only Ambrose and Walsh. Imagine if it was 2 really nasty bowlers.
You could see the day before the game this was going out. You could see the pitch, because the sun has polished the pitch up in Sabina Park. Spin the roller, so it comes up like glass, and you can literally see a reflection of it. And when the sun was going down, you could see it reflecting off this, and it just looked like it was just undulating. They stretched a string from a stump hole to stump hole at either end, to make sure that the stumps were in line. And you could see the string was touching parts of the pitch and not touching other parts of the pitch. Some vertical, some shot on the day.
15 without loss.
Actually abandoned it on the following day. It's blown away, the whole service had gone.
That was Jamaica. Remind me what the other one was.
Well, the other one was Antigua.
But what was the circumstance?
With Antigua?
Yeah.
It's because it was the new stadium and the outfield hadn't bedded in properly, and it was like a beach. It was just deep sand with grass on it. So the bowlers ran in and sank into the sand. Couldn't run.
Yep, I do remember that one now.
Lost it 2 wickets. There was a lot of talk about, we'll replay in Trinidad, whatever. And it was a big imperative because of the tour groups that come on to watch. So we can't do that.
Just a single sweeper back.
You can't really relocate several thousand England fans from one island to another island to drop the hat. It doesn't work like that. So, people paid a lot of money to go to the groups, and I say it was a great civic effort to get the game on at the ARG, and they were given the opportunity to see something that we thought had gone forever. It's almost like turning the clock back. Cricket at the ARG.
There were a couple of warning signs about the decline of West Indies cricket. Quite literally the living embodiment of the decline, wasn't it? Talk now about.
It was kind of that, the spirit. I just saw it being sucked out of the arm. He was just an angry man at the game being abandoned on the ground. But this was a statement that was in his name. Almost as angry as he was the day he first played at the World Cup when he wasn't allowed in the ground. He didn't have his accreditation. Still smarting about Essien coming up and getting a wicket straight away like that.
Yeah.
It's a story of my life, that.
He took 4 in the session, didn't
Well,
he? 4 in the spell.
You bowl your heart out, right? You bowl and bowl and bowl your heart out, and then Gat comes on and sneaks a couple out.
That's punched nicely. End the over, 20 without loss. dare we say it, but 10 overs gone. There's a reason we've been nattering about everything else in the world. It's been a relatively sedate start here, which I have to be honest, we didn't quite expect, because it did a lot this morning, that ball.
Yeah, I like sedate.
Especially when Middlesex are
I feel
batting.
reassured. Well, I feel reassured. Early days. Sometimes it takes a bit of the ball to the lap comes off initially. It takes a little while to get the shine back on it.
Yes, I was only tentatively offering that summary. 34 balls faced for Milan, 27 for his skipper, Stoneman.
Still flying apart from traffic.
What's any of the scores elsewhere actually today? Just had a few moments.
1 off 27. I read.
Catching him with that short leg in place, but timed well once more.
It skates on the end there, didn't it? So he was just jogging through it, realised it.
Short boundary.
Yeah.
Short boundary, timed well, straight to the fielder.
Big bloke with a strong arm throw.
It's a good ball again. And well beaten. There's shades of Helm picking up Smith about that one.
Yeah, and you kind of wonder how much was in his mind then. The field had just gone back at deep backward square leg there, and double bluff, pitches the ball up. Just in his mind there might be a short ball coming. That's sort of too obvious, and then sometimes the double bluff is to do the obvious, isn't it?
End of the over, 21 without loss. Have a look at this one again that beat Milan. Helm to Smith earlier today. There were a few that just kept going away, didn't they? And then Helm just got one to come back in. Or it didn't even come back in, the Helm to Smith one, did it? It just held its line, much as that one.
Yeah. Didn't realise that was as close as it was actually. I mean, that's. And he has been bowled through the gate a little bit.
Oh, what a ball. What a ball around the wickets of Stoneman. Clark gets the breakthrough in the 12th over. Absolute beaut. Stoneman comes and prods at the surface before walking off, just looks at the spot. Around the wicket, nips away down the slope. Straightening on Stoneman. Scored it off by Milan. Unusual for a batter to go and chat to his mate on the way off, but I wonder what the chatter is there. Let's have a look again.
It's a good ball, it's drawn him into the shot. Could argue that he might just have left it, but he's angled in at it and it's just held its own down the slope.
Yeah, what was the Milan chat to him as he walked off there? That was the oddity about that one. Usually you kind of steer away, don't you, as the leave him to himself and his thoughts and let him get out of there. But there you go, Milan just looked up at that point after Stoneman had prodded away at the surface. Went and had a quick natter to him. Look, he just looks at the spot again there.
In Milan opening, you know, I did cross my mind yesterday that if you wonder if you're out of form and you're coming in 3 and you're not getting any runs, it's quite a lonely thing to do, to come out on your own, you know. You come out with a partner, and suddenly it's, you know, there's more of a collaboration.
Yep, and there's the man that he replaced, Robson. I don't know whose idea it was, but the late message that arrived was, look, it's obviously no reflection on Robson at all, but it's just a jolt to try and help Milan, because there's no doubt about the calibre of cricketer, but he hasn't got the weight of runs he'd want this summer. How best to help him get that weight of runs, get the runs going for him. He opened against England, didn't he, in the 3 tests for South Africa, scored 80 odd in his first test, which I think was the second test of the series, as memory serves.
Robson coming on the back of 100 and some Hampshire tails, almost match winning 100, match drawing 100, match tying drawing 100.
First centurion of the summer for Middlesex. Well, indeed, yes. We'll hope that changes today. This pair shared a big stand, didn't they? Actually, do you know, as memory serves, 21 rings a bell for when Stoneman was out at the Oval. Let's have a quick look and see. Then these two went and put on 150 for the second wicket. He's run that to some extent. And Robson got the excitement of the crowd, the kids in.
Well start. 48 for 2 for 28
Blimey. That's a pretty reasonable start there, isn't it?
Yeah, 40, 80 not out. 80 balls.
Robson off the mark, end of the 12th over, Stoneman was out. The man to go, the breakthrough in the 12th over from Clark, 22 for 1. So look again at the Stoneman dismissal. As you say, maybe we've left that alone. I guess looking at that angle around the wicket, I was looking at it on this occasion. I do wonder actually. We need the ball tracker, isn't it? It's the angle behind the bowler's arm. We'll have time to do it one more time before the next over begins, but Just on that latest look that we've had a look, to kind of think, actually maybe really, it wasn't as far away as perhaps my first thought was. It was pushing as far away. Ball did just do a bit off the surface. It's a good cricket wicket, this one. There's more than enough in it for both. Well ridden by Robson. Tucked him off a bit, didn't it? Not too quickly. May the meeting between these sides at the Oval. Surrey posting 380 in reply to Middlesex's 209. And Miles out on that first wicket stand. 14 for 1 when Stoneman fell in the 5th over. Bowled Roach for 8. And then the partnership between this pair. Robson made 76, 181 minutes, 132 deliveries. Caught Sibley bowled. Gus Atkinson, well, was LBW Atkinson just after for 66, 170 minutes. Came together with a score 14 for 1, shared a stand of 152 in 41 overs. Fourth one into the 13th. Milan has 9, Robson has 2. Middlesex, reasonable little start. it was yourself yesterday. Oh yeah, it was. We were going through the list of wicket keepers that lined up to get 3 of the finest wicket keepers: Russell, Simpson, and Sarah Taylor.
Yeah.
Down at Sussex. Well, probably one of the finest to ever hold the gloves for Middlesex, just behind us, Ben Scott. I remember John Embry when my first year, 2005. Scott had the gloves that year from Nash. And obviously, he was the glovesman when Middlesex won the title in the T20 in 2008. Just popped into the commentary box to say hello, and it's so funny because whatever happened when we were talking at that point, I was going to say to you, the irony being that Simpson took the gloves off the man who, well, John Embry said there was no contest. The best wicket-keeper in the country at the time was Ben Scott. Just couldn't get the weight of runs because he was knocked out this side by David Nash. And Simpson came along and knocked a pair of them out the side.
Yeah, it's pure luck.
Now there was a noise there, but I think it was bat on pad. There was just a little click as that went by, and Surrey's lack of disappointment.
Never take any lead from Sam Robson's demeanour after either. He turned around and walked away. Did that at Marshall Taylor's, didn't he? He got out the first innings there.
Might have another angle on it because actually, I'm looking at that first replay there, the bat was actually a long way away from the pad, wasn't it? But where the ball maybe just clipped a bit of pad or something on the way through. See if we have another look at the end of the over.
I think, getting back to keepers, the bowlers just love having somebody behind the stumps whom they have confidence.
Bat hitting the boot maybe or something, or was it that back pad as it just went through? Certainly sounded as though there was something, I must say, on the mic. Surrey weren't that disappointed. You know when a side really believed they had somebody. Anyway, end of the over. One off Abbott's first, 25-4 Middlesex.
I'm pretty sure when they come to select sides that nobody says, certainly nobody ever said to me, who would you like keeping wicket? Who prefer keeping wicket? It's never been broached as far as I'm aware with people who actually do the bowling. It's a really important partnership between keeper bowler.
Jamie Overton places Worrell. So that's had one over, bowling 14th. There's the 15th of the innings as Overton enters the attack.
The big lad and the team, big lad bowlers, aren't they?
He's in the game, isn't he, Overton? Whether it's bat or ball, much like his brother, indeed. Take your eyes off it. When either of those are involved, bat or ball. Pulled hard, pulled powerfully, placed perfectly, and lands onto 14. 29 for 1.
That was a bit of a lollipop delivery, so I'm happy with the foothold for that. Sometimes if your foot lands just awkwardly, and I don't know whether he is a braced leg bowler or a bent leg bowler. If you're a braced leg bowler and you just land awkwardly, your knee can just kite very slightly, and you lose all the momentum into your delivery. That was just a lollipop. Long hop wasn't it? Put away very well. A bit more velocity to it.
Felt good for Milan though to get that away, as you say. Fiercest to bounce this little face, and he'll get fiercer ones before this man's spell is done. That's a long leg, a single. Milan's on to 15, 30 for 1. Two innings of note. One of them sitting at that match-winning chase against Nottinghamshire. The other one looked as though it put Middlesex into a good position at the Oval. These two had got it going. And it fell away pretty rapidly in the first innings, and it was hard to come back from that. Lovely ball. Just followed it slightly there, Robson. So look from the other end, see where it starts. That started pretty straight, actually. That's moved. Done, 30 for 1. 5 off Overton's firsts. Just scratching away at that surface there, as you can see. Footholds. What was Carl thinking watching that from the sidelines?
Keep those out of the way. Then the umpire will then mark a line there with the side of his shoe and use that mark done with the side of his shoe as a millimetre line to judge no balls. Whispers and breeze now, flags just starting to so slowly.
It's a lovely shot by Milan. He got a few of those away at Northwood last week. Indeed, he then got one that bounced him a little and he nicked off on the back foot. That'll feel good once more. He's run threes, on to 18, 33 for 1. 47 balls faced. And just got an hour and 5 minutes. Won't be there quite yet, will he? Up to around 30. Starts to feel. So he's getting in. It's a positive start for Milan, and it's a positive start for Robson. His first boundary. Middlesex 37 for 1.
Too far away from that field of short mid wicket. Both sides have had a man posted there. They've a lot of the innings.
I was just about to say, it's been a position that's been in play. We haven't actually seen a catch go there yet. That's batting awareness. They've all had to resist it. It's been a key part of Middlesex. Had 2 in, didn't they, for a fair while. Took it away for a single.
Yeah, sometimes you put a fielder there, don't you? Not just to, because you hope the ball will go there. You put it there so the batsman tries to hit the ball somewhere else.
Yeah, it was certainly the case with Higgins, wasn't it, when he was swinging them outside off stump, hit the 6-3 field on the onside.
Yeah.
6-3 on the onside, I should say. End of the 16th, Middlesex 38 for 1, an hour and 5 minutes into the afternoon session of the second day. 395 runs behind, it's an awful lot of runs. Very hopeful that one of their test trio at the top will be able to contribute significantly. Skipper's gone, Stoneman caught Folkes, Bowl, Clark. Gone for 11. Holden, Davies, Simpson, Higgins. And De Carey's at 8, a long way down for a man who opened the innings with Stoneman last year here. Surrey, they'll similarly be acutely aware of Middlesex's woes with the bats, in particular the first innings batting points this year. 3 test bats at the top. No Eskenazi, so Holden, Davies, Simpson, Higgins, De Carey's. That's a long old chase for Abbott. She's going to win as well, right into the corner. Is that the most perfect 3 you've ever seen?
That was a pretty good one, wasn't it?
Sorry, we talk about the perfect 4, don't we?
The old bowler just, like in the middle of a spell there, sprint round the boundary, just cut it off. Probably almost the furthest part of the boundary, wasn't it?
I do occasionally look at some of the boundaries here at Lord's and think you could stick a corner flag in that. Often a T20 game, because of some pyrotechnics or something that are being fitted in and they've had to adjust the rope accordingly. Things you have to think of as groundsman now. Number 1 thing to think about, looks pretty good to me. 41 for 1 Middlesex in the 17th. Flying to 433, but the bowlers have been in the game throughout for both sides. Contest between bat and ball, which, if the batters are off slightly, the bowlers are going to come at them very, very hard. So he's picking up 5 for 121 in that morning session this morning. And he could have been greedy and said, oh yeah, it would have been nice 5 for 80 this morning, but 5 for 121, it probably isn't far off what Middlesex would have said to themselves, come on, let's try and restrict them somewhere just over that 400 mark. They'd have known they were up against it at Centurion overnight.
Yeah, they came back pretty well, didn't they? A bit more help today, as best to compared to yesterday. That's what you need, just a little bit of help.
No ball. Is it the landing again for Overton, or was it before that this time?
I think he's uncomfortable with his feet, I'm guessing.
Yeah, I was going to say it must have been before, because surely it's too late by that point if it is that front foot, but actually looking at it,
Yeah,
it
he clung
probably
onto the ball,
was.
didn't he? Held on to it well, it could have gone anywhere.
Seen it all before, he says. 41 for 1 after 17. Middlesex, Surrey tussling it out at Lord's. The old rivalry. Gentle little afternoon summer's breeze rolling across the water. It's quite a quiet feel out there at the moment, isn't it? Chatter's not really there. There's a gentleness to this afternoon at the moment, but that could all change in one delivery.
One of the things you miss when this press box was first inaugurated and built in 1999. World Cup, wasn't it?
Yep.
And first thing you notice, it was just hermetically sealed. There was no atmosphere. So they ended up piping ambient noise in, which instead of having a window that actually opened, ambient noise. As a journalist, you're trying to feed off the atmosphere of it, and you're just devoid of it. And in fact, you find yourself, it's like watching it on a big screen TV on mute.
Yeah, it is one of the great laments, isn't it, of the modern cricket media facilities around the country. Trent Bridge press box, they roll it open, don't they? I think you can open them, can't you?
I like the Trent Bridge press box. It's low, first floor, but it's behind the arm, but for some reason it's not intrusive, and spacious, and also size.
Quite a straight line there, Robson, which caused a little bit of excitement in the fields. End of the 18th, 42 for one.
Worst press box in the country, my experience was definitely the Oval.
Steady.
No, I'm steady about it, and make no bones about it.
No, it is. There's
Dreadful.
a lot of criticism, isn't there?
Well, the day that opened for the 2005
Yep.
Ashes, and when it first opened, there was an overspill area in front of the main press box, and that had like glass front to it that just about a metre high. And again, that was like on the first floor level, and there were complaints from the pitch that was distracting. The following day, they brought in this kind of film that you put over windows, almost like a matrix, and they put one over that screen at the front, and one over the main window of the press box. So instead of looking through two windows, which were my seat was in the front row, you had to look through both sets of glass. You were now looking through both sets of glass with his films on. and they like polarised,
Yeah.
and you couldn't see a thing. And I watched that entire Test match, sat in the dining room watching on the telly. Couldn't see.
Yeah.
For a ground that had such incredible development, and you know, it's a wonderful cricket ground.
It is.
And that was just kind of an aberration, really. Old Trafford's good. Headingley used to be awful. Current one at Headingley is sort of doubles up as a press box. It's actually a lecture theatre, isn't it?
Yes. It's a corner too, but it's just a single.
Edgbaston was very good.
I'm trying to remember the old one at Headingley now.
Well, it was at the football. It was under the football stand. Right behind the arm, under the football stand.
I can remember the commentary position, the radio position.
Well,
I
that
can't
was
remember.
like to
Yeah, I'm just trying to picture the press room. Lovely shot, straight back at the bowler though. Did a day-night one-day game there, Middlesex versus Yorkshire with Chris Wright, now with Leicestershire this season, isn't he, Righty? Where does he go now? He's moved, isn't he, Chris Wright? Is it Sussex he moved to? Anyway, double check which county he joined, but
he was Leicester, wasn't he?
yeah, very young Chris Wright and I sat at the back of that rugby stand. I wasn't much older than him at that time. Into the over, 43 for 1, and it was lively. Two Middlesex commentators at the back there calling the game for.
The old press box was above and to the right as you're looking on the picture of the tunnel that the players came out of. Durham's good, Chester Street, that's good too.
Yeah. Sophia Gardens, I just saw the last of Sophia Gardens before the renovation. It really was. It's like walking into an old snooker hall, that press box, wasn't it? Carpets and. Catch, but take by folks.
Before this media centre was built, the press box at Lord's used to be back of the Warner stand, the top of the Warner stand. So you're looking from wide long leg. Very deep extra coverage of radio box, of course, was on top of the right-hand turret as we look at the pavilion above the committee dining room. I think the television commentary used to be done from up in the Warner stand too.
Was it?
Challenging almost every ball here, aren't they?
They are. It's,
Under the cosh.
it's very much like Middlesex. the performance that I was trying to surmise. Doing a lot right, but they haven't done a lot wrong. Just hasn't quite happened yet. Possibly one too many leaves. overall. They tightened it up a bit though. Wowzers. What's the strike rate on that silver? How many balls faced? Goodness me.
24 of 18. 90 for 2 off 33.
They've probably already done it, but the quickest century for England opener in Test cricket. I mean, is Bazball probably already done? From those two, they've probably already done it, haven't they? But a strike rate of more than 100 for a Test opener in a first innings against Australia. Twenty bowls. Middlesex trailed by 390 runs. They're 43 for 1. So it's about pacing innings. There's no doubt Middlesex for that run rate 2.1. That's not going to be on their mind. They're going to be thinking time here, aren't they?
Yeah, this is not a game. I think it's fair to say Middlesex thinking, well, we can win this game. Not going to be one of those. It's how do we compete in the game? First thing you, I suppose, the first thing you think is a follow-on.
The follow-on itself, I tentatively put forward. If Middlesex make it, it'll be the highest first innings total of the season.
Well, that's a starting point, isn't it?
You'll know I've taken 20 overs to relay that. Made a solid start.
Yeah.
Oh, now gone. Milan's gone. A little feather. Didn't quite get up. It's rather down and drag into it, and what a way to go for Milan. You won't quite believe it. 18 from 56 deliveries. Really looked as though he'd settled. Relatively untroubled. And then, not sure it was quite there for it. It's kept low, but
feathery underage, wasn't it? Trying to pull. Ball of any particular distinction, was it? An ugly swat. Look at ugly swat. It got an underage on it before. We said he's hit very nicely, but he played so well up to that point. He bedded himself in. He'd done the hard work. He got him through a first sort of hour or more, hadn't he?
out at 4. There's another change in the lineup. Jack Davies comes in ahead of Max Holden, who will remain at 5. Best batter comes in at 4 usually. It's quite the mantle that Davies walks out. I like Davies, I like the look of him. England under 19, opening bat. Opened here a couple of seasons back against Hampshire. In fact, I think it was the match where we were talking about Barker teeing off, weren't we, into the tavern stands and really turned that game. So he was opening against Abbott and Abbas and Barker and Fuller. A couple of nice drives away. It was only a little brief cameo, but looked as though he had a nice shape about him at the middle. Of course, he had a nice moment at the Oval, didn't he, when he ramped to 6 in that record run chase.
Yeah, it was a bit of temperament went into that, wasn't there? It came out 4 and a 6 and won the game. Perky cricketer, isn't he? Energetic.
I think he's got a lot about him. I think he's got a bright future. He's got a bit of work to do to get into this Middlesex lineup. He's in because of Eskenazi's injury. got Carey's down at 8, who's another one who is lining up for a position up at the top. Robbie White looked as though he'd nailed a position down a couple of seasons back in the middle order. Oh, full bunger first up. Decided to try and go with it. Overs till tea. A couple of wickets down in the first 21. A bit of shape. So just a little bit of late swing as it dipped in towards Davies. 4 dot balls and a wicket maiden for Jamie Overton. 43 for 2 into the 21st. To be a Robson and Milan partnership again. Just have to check back that scorecard now and see if it was Robson that Davies opened with, but something tells me it wasn't. He'd have clearly been in for an injury to an opener at that point.
You were talking about 2 years ago.
It was the ground was still empty, so it was the COVID year, wasn't it? Oh, it's 2021, so it was a year. Start, so it was still, yeah, everything. Of course, yeah, because they couldn't play the championship matches here in 2020. Lords remained shut until the T20s, but yes, they then started this season on empty Lords, didn't they? As restrictions and lockdowns were still in place in 2021. And Davies opened up. I'll drag it up now and have a look and see. Oh, goodness me! That's come back down the slope from Abbott. And Robson tucked up. Struggling to keep it out, he was unable to. And a third wicket falls, and again, much like the Milan one, it'll feel like something out of nothing for Middlesex. Surrey have a third wicket early on.
That came back in a long way, didn't it? It looked like it tucked him right up, bounced, deflected down onto the stumps. Changed the complexion a bit, hasn't it?
You can see the grimace on his face on the way off there. It got into an awkward position.
It came off his glove.
Onto the toe, down onto the stumps, was it? He was trying to get the foot out of the way.
The ball came down, didn't kick his stumps, did he?
No. Did it just hit the back of the boot on the way down? The fact that he moved his back foot out of the way like that kind of suggests that, boom, it came down onto the boot. Let's see. I won't see from side on any reaction, but yeah, it was just a bit of everything. We talk about a ball ricocheting, pinballing around, and that was the feel about that one. Nice feeling for a bowler though when a batter plays down onto the stumps, tucked up and unable to keep it out. 43 for 3.
Yeah, changed the complexion of the innings though, hasn't it? From what looked like a steadyish start and on what is a long haul, 2 wickets in 2 overs, and it suddenly looks a little bit different.
That was the nature of it at the Oval, wasn't it, when they put Robson went. It was between the Robson and the Milan dismissal at the Oval. There were 10 deliveries, 9 deliveries between the dismissals. As Robson went first to Atkinson and then Milan went. And those 9 deliveries started a tumble for Middlesex, a 9-wicket tumble, 43 for 9 the collapse. Oh, that's a beaut. What a ball to get first up from Abbott to Holden.
I think the extra pace is telling too, isn't it? They're all got extra pace, each of the bowlers.
Off the mark, Max Holden, 44 for 3. It was a wicket maiden last up for Overton, wasn't it? Holden prevents a wicket maiden for Abbott in this. Ten overs after this till tea, and for Middlesex it feels like a bit of a countdown already.
Going in for Jack Davis.
Goes with the short stuff. Well, Davies, there's a long leg set back for exactly that. If you wanted to take it on, Davies, as you say, a busy cricketer. Looks good in the middle. He looks confident out there. Two on the younger side for Middlesex. Holden, we have to keep reminding ourselves every now and again how young he is. Both former England under-19s. Over to Overton. 1 for 11 from 5. A wicket maiden last up. 1 run, 2 wickets in the last 2 overs. 44 for 3, 22 overs bowled, 10 to tea. Feels like things are on a knife edge at the moment here in this innings. I don't know about you, but I was tiptoeing carefully through the first 20 or so overs in stats that you relay and things that you say. But these 3 wickets, and 2 in particular, coming close together. 3 big names back in the pavilion. Middlesex are going to have to be very, very careful here.
It's the real experienced engine room all gone.
Simpson and Higgins next. Now they've provided a couple of crucial partnerships this year, and Higgins the leading average with the bat. Wide, just slips out from Overton. He's let go. The sympathetic umpire White. Then Josh De Carey's in at 8. young batter. Gordon, Davies and Carey's almost that island of experience in the middle of them. Simpson and Higgins. Was the cry. I must admit I watched that off the screen rather than out in the middle, as you generally do when we're watching the TV commentary, don't you? You go from the screen out to the middle. Off the bat I thought short leg might come into play, but it was fine of the fielder. Oh, look at that in the air. But then looked up and realised that the angle was going quite fine down to long leg, or much finer down to long leg. But it is, you can't take your eye off it at the moment. Surrey all know that. Talked about a couple of moments in the Surrey innings where Middlesex bowlers have said just one or two more now, they'll get themselves into a reasonable position. Well, goodness me, one or two more now before tea. And what had been a pretty solid start for Middlesex will unravel. .45 for 3, end of the 23rd. Just one off that over. 2 runs, 2 wickets off the last 3 overs. Run rate drops to 1.96. Middlesex trail by 388. The numbers are all there. They don't look good for Middlesex at the moment.
I think it's going around the Shires.
Well, indeed, I kept promising, but then all of a sudden this one.
Something happened, yeah.
Let's start at Old Trafford. England 209 for 2, 211 for 2. Crawley 118 for 116. Slowed up slightly, strike rate's just above only just above 100 now. Roots with him. Goodness me, Roots 38 from 27. 6 fours and a 6. Strike rate of 140, making Crawley, Duckett and Moeen blush. Let's go to Chelmsford, because that's the game that has the most meaning to both these counties away from here. Kent are 1 place above Middlesex, who are second bottom. Essex are 1 place behind Surrey, the league leaders. Essex 264 for 5, leading by 57 at Chelmsford. Cook made 87, LBW to Quinn. Brown retired injured in 31. Lawrence 25, Critchley 40. Walter 45.
That Brown injury must have been overnight, wasn't it? That strange scorecard first thing in the morning. Didn't actually register as such, but he
Rossington's with Critchley now, 14. 3 wickets for Arshdeep. 1 for Quinn, 1 for Kadri. Now Northamptonshire versus Somerset. Northamptonshire 180 all out, they're following on. Somerset 351. 70, the top score from Dixon in that. And the wickets, Somerset 350, it was 5 for White, 2 for Taylor. Tommy Taylor, 2 for Broad. The youngster who made his first class debut at Merchant Taylor School last week, 1 for Sanderson. And that top up at the bottom from Gregory, 48, and Overton, Craig Overton, 40. Northamptonshire skittled for 180 as Craig Overton took 4 for 50. Henry 3 for 36. Two for Gregory, 1 for Aldridge. And of that 180 all out, Vasconcelos 78 at the top. But struggled for a partner. Keogh coming in at 6, made 21, Zaid 38. Oh, Nottinghamshire. Goodness me, have you seen any of these? It gets better. Well, so not if you're a Nottinghamshire fan, it doesn't. Oh, that's a good end to the O from Abbott, isn't it? 24 bowled, 45 for 1. 8 to T on day 2 here at Lord's. I mean, it's probably because we keep getting distracted out here and we didn't get to go around. I'm sure a few people at home probably just had to look themselves. They're probably not going to be as surprised by us as we go through this. Hampshire at Nottinghamshire made 166. Nottinghamshire in reply was skittled for 100. Slater made 31 opening the innings. They had reached 47 for 1 for 100 all-outs. 30 for Moores down the order as well. Those are the only 3 to reach double figures. 4 for Hollands, 3 for Abbas, 2 for Abbott, 1 for Barker. Change of bowling here as you can see Laws is into the attack. Hampshire are in their second innings, 142 for 4. So they lead by 209 runs just before tea on day 2. Holland has 54, Dawson has 26. Patterson has 3 of the wickets to go, Middleton, Gubbins and Vince. Hutton picked up Brown. Rain delay at Edgbaston. Middlesex head to next week. And the Lankies have brought the rain with them. Lancashire 327 all out. 116 from Balderson, 75 from Bailey. When they came together, it was a spot of bother, wasn't it? 150 for 7, but getting Lancashire to 327 all out. Warwickshire 43 for 2. Oh, just follow that a little. No ball calls, 47 for 2. Warwickshire in reply, 43 for 2. Yates caught Salt, bowled Bailey for 3. Davies bowled Williams for 8. Rhodes 27. Hayne 3. Division 2, Derbyshire 443. It was a century from Brooke Guest, wasn't it, yesterday? 197 for Guest in the end, so still going today. He was the last to go. 4-3 all out Guest. Caught rain, bowled Borthwick. Just shy of a double ton. Durham in reply, 131 for 2, so trailing by 312. They were 8 for 2 in 2 wickets in the over actually for Connors, the 6th over. He picked up Jones, bowled for 5, first ball of the 6th over, and then 5th ball of the 6th. Borthwick was gone, LBW for a 4th ball duck. But Beddingham has 64 and Lees has 62. Durham 3-5 for 2. It was all go at Oakham yesterday, wasn't it? And it's almost all over at Oakham today. Well, not quite, still a bit to go. Leicestershire are, well, let's go through it. Worcestershire 178 all out. Been put in by Leicestershire. 3 for Salisbury, 3 for Mulder, 2 for Wright, 2 for Scriven. Going mad, I thought Chris Wright had left Leicestershire. There he is, still. Maybe it was announced end of the season. I thought there was a flurry of departures from Leicestershire, or was he one of the few left standing? Maybe I'm throwing him in with the pack that were to leave. So anyway, Worcestershire, 178 all out. Only meaningful scores at the top, 28 Roderick, 24 Libby, 34 Azar, and then the only other batter to reach 20 was Pennington, number 11. Over here. 25 bowled, 47 for 3. Leicestershire in reply to Worcestershire's 178, all out for 110. Top score of 44 from Ahmed, and Mulder was the only other batter to reach 20. He was out for 21. 4 for Pennington, 3 for Wade, 2 for Finch, 1 for Leach. And Worcestershire's second innings, they were 169 all out. In the 41st over, Libby 67, the only batter to reach 20. 4 for Wright, 2 for Salisbury, 1 for Mulder, 2 for Scriven. He's still going right, isn't he? 4 for 44 he got. So Leicestershire now are 12 for 1. They require another 226.
It's a game that would be described in the agencies as good progress was made.
Or in the media sense, it's good for a staffer, bad for a freelancer. It's not quite going to be the 5-session game that I did down at Swansea a few years back. Chris Silverwood and co hooping around with the tied in at Swansea. Right catch, he played that quite high on the bounce, a long way outside the off-stump Holden, but rode it well in the end.
Got the break on a bit, haven't they, out here, Jack's actually just very composed, given that he hasn't got off the mark yet, and seems pretty sanguine about it. And 15 balls so far, and it's all 2 of 13.
Well, the whole afternoon so far has felt pretty sanguine, apart from 3 deliveries. Those grounds, Swansea, with so you used to come in here and look up, see which direction the planes were going, so you knew where the wind was going. Down at Swansea is the tide in, just across the road, isn't it?
Grounds.
I say it at Scarborough as well. Yeah, Scarborough's a long way from the coast, isn't it? But they do talk about it at Scarborough. But Swansea is quite literally the other side of the road, isn't it?
It is, yeah. Hove's another seaside ground where it definitely affects it. Mysterious things about the tide affects the atmospherics.
Cut hard, but the sweeper's back, just the single.
Closest ground I've ever seen to the sea, I think, is the ground in St Vincent, in the Grenadines, and that is almost the stand of the back's almost in the sea. There it is, that close to the Caribbean.
He delivered that on Clark. Were there any theories of that one? Any theories about wind or tide or?
Well, in St Vincent,
yeah.
Oh, really? Everyone going so no.
Well, you never know with the atmospherics, do you? Because being it's Caribbean, even with the tide in, you're not quite so sure. The tide in the Caribbean is not quite the same as the tide in Swansea. It was a particularly damp match and pitch, as I remember. That one down in Swansea. Glamorgan docked points as it was over in 5 sessions, and Middlesex won. 48 for 3 here, 28 bowled in this innings, 6 to tee. The other games to tell you of, indeed involving Glamorgan as well, but first at Headingley, where Sussex recovered to 216, having been 41. They were 18 for 3, 76 for 6, 170 for 7, and 216 all done. 73 for Hudson Prentice, 47 McAndrew, and 20 Carson down the order. Recovering the situation. single. Will Holden gives the strike back to Davis. 4 for Fisher, 2 for Moriarty, 2 for Code. In reply, Yorkshire 112 for 2. Lyth 52. Bean 45, Court Coles, Bold McAndrew and Rickleton 14. Rain delay at Bristol. Glamorgan 120 for 1. Day 1 of that game. I did think, I don't remember talking about it yesterday, being rained off at Bristol all day. It was at maybe the Women's International down there, so they started a day later. It's Neville Road. Oh, it's Cheltenham, it's Cheltenham. Davis is off the mark, little late cut. 50 up as well for Middlesex.
They bowled impressively, they just put relentless pressure on. Proper challenging batting. No freebies.
He's gone, just after getting off the mark, goes for 4, 53 for 4 Davis, angled across him, bit of pace, bit of bounce, and Laws grabs another one for Surrey.
Again, they're good nothing bowlers. Worked hard to stay in there, Jack Davis, and looked very composed to me. Looked like a pretty decent ball actually. It's gone across him. Maybe left it on. It's going across him, but I think he really had to play. It wasn't wide. Davis took it.
Actually, I was perhaps looking at that angle a little bit fuller than I. Just watching the other one from behind, I thought, could he have left it? But just looking, it was a little bit fuller there.
I mean, when you look at the analysis that they do of these things, remarkable how few delivers would have hit the stumps. And you kind of look at those, oh, I think they could have let go, but it's a very some of the enormously good judgment. Just let the ball go like that, especially when it's close to the stumps.
John Simpson in at 6. Ryan Higgins, Josh De Carey's to come. So there is still a fair old bit of batting for Middlesex, but they're trying to get their heads down here. You can see the run rate's still below 2 and over, and I think there's something to be said for that as well, isn't it, Sel? That, you know, it's been sedate, but for the bowlers as well, they're not going anywhere. Middlesex, Surrey scoring rate was far higher. Middlesex felt there was something happening the whole time, but this has been perseverance from Surrey, persistence. Middlesex haven't been able to get away. There's a threat of a shower or so this afternoon, this evening. 3:45.
Down to Simpson and Higgins being the troubleshooters, haven't they, this year?
Simpson on his toes, cuts fine to get off the mark. Late cut, there was a cry of catch it. There's a big gap though between the slips and backward point. 57 for 4 at the end of the over. Yeah, it was in the air for a while, wasn't it? But fine a backward point.
Controlled shot, wasn't it? So very little they're given away, and any opportunities are just going to take it. You can be positive even in defence. You certainly can't go into a mindset where you're just preserving the wicket at all costs. You've got to do that in a way with intent. You're still going to be looking for runs, even if it's just turning the strike over.
.5 overs till tea. Day 2. .57 for 4. It hasn't felt like one of those innings though, has it? Surrey have bowled very, very well, but it hasn't been one of those where you think there's a wicket every ball here.
Impressive bowling. I mean, they've given nothing away. They've been very disciplined. Just kept relentless pressure on them.
Interesting slip. And 2 gullies and a backward point. Short, hooked away down to deep backward square leg. Which is the bottom edge of the bat. Could be muttering to himself somewhere. It's bottom edge that went through to the keeper on the hook. Pull, really, wasn't it? .58 for 4 into the 28th, so 4 till tea. There we go, look at the runs per over. 7 overs, 4 maidens, none for 6 Worrell. Clark, he made the breakthrough, 1 for 18 off 8. Abbott, 1 for 11 for 6, and Overton 1 for 10 off 5. It's a good leave. See how close that was. We like the camera, the best angle for it. Let's have a look from this one there. Not too far. bat face closing. Squirts along the floor towards point.
Challenging him, aren't they? I always feel Max is a better player when he's putting bat to ball, scoring freely.
For in the sunshine at Lords. To that extent, Middlesex have. So Stephen Escanasi was here before lunch, was saying it was almost like the Australians in the Test series, that they always feel they're battered under lights, battered in the worst part of it, and there was the threat of showers this afternoon and this evening. So far, so good. For 4, the 29th.
You can't grumble about the batting conditions, though. They're as good as they've been in the game, and that might even be better in some ways, because game moved on, pitch is drier than it was, and it was damp at the start, but they just had real pressure put on them by an excellent pace attack.
Dug out by Holden. 29 bowls, 3 to tee, 58 for 4.
I don't think John Simpson can be, as we know, a fine attacking player, but he's pretty much this season never come into the crease where he's had to do anything other than dig him out. Yeah. Same with Higgins.
Both former opening bats for Middlesex, Holden and Simpson. Opened with Andrew Strauss, John Simpson in his early days. Thanks to his dad on Twitter, I think it was, that tweeted through to say exactly that after the close of play earlier in the season. I think I guess actually he looked through this order. Robson, Stomer, Milan, Holden, Davis, Simpson. So Higgins is the anomaly of the top 8 to have not opened. For Middlesex, well indeed, Higgins and Helm by memory were the anomaly of the top 10 to have not opened, because Bamber did so last week at Northwood.
He did indeed.
Biggest worry this morning really for Middlesex, and things were happening with the ball. It was what, 16 overs overnight and 40 overs old by lunch. It was still happening with that ball, wasn't it?
Yeah,
nearly 50 by lunch, wasn't it?
They did get rewards for bowling. Ball helped them do that.
That's lovely. Really good from Clark. Around the wicket, Simpson. When you look at the bowling analysis at the moment, the economy, runs per over, that's the biggest difference, isn't it, between the start of this innings and the start of the Surrey innings. Talks about Middlesex being a little bit more positive. Yeah. But were they indeed more positive in that? Sibley was gone,
Well, they
Latham
could
and
have had some half volleys which they put away. I haven't seen too many half volleys here.
the lengths have been very good, haven't they? 30 bowls, 58, 59 for 4. 2 to tee.
The lengths they bowled, the line they bowled, they've attacked the stumps. They've allowed them very few, relatively few, that they can let go with any great confidence, and they've hit the bat very hard. They're a pacier attack than the Stumpses.
On that, Simpson eyeing runs. And the ball's left until tee, 10.
Through to tee and have a regroup of sorts.
Side edge. Save Simpson. They were all about to get excited. Swing on that into the left-hander. It's actually done by Holden. Width on that, and this time Holden manages to get it away. Lovely shot. Timed nicely, but only for 3, all the way up the hill. On most grounds that would have been thumping into an advertising board, but a big old boundary to the grandstand and uphill.
Yeah, steered it up there. It's the nearest thing to a half volley we've seen for since the start of the innings. A little bit of width on it, allowed him to just punt it away. Side.
Left to lane by Simpson. 6 balls to tee. 65 for 4. Middlesex losing Stoneman. Caught by Clark, the first to go for 11. Things looked as though they'd settled between Milan and Robson. Davies gave himself a steady start, but was out the ball after he got off the mark. A late cut for 4. Angled across him, he nicked through to Sibley in the slips. Off Laws. Got it started. It's one apiece, isn't it? Clark, Overton, Avid and Laws. Worrell missing out. Here's Clark who got it going. Great shot by Holdham. Big bat face as that came down, wasn't it? Pushes it straight over, very wide. Mid-off, almost an extra cover. They've run 3. Holden's into double figures. He's on to 11. Middlesex 68 for 4.
Just a nice push. Trying to overhit it.
Oh, what a ball that is from Clark. Pretty close to unplayable, that.
Coming in at the stumps, he's protecting his stumps. In fairness, he's looking to play that. He's not looking to follow the ball. If you play for the ball coming into you, then if it goes away, you'll miss it. That's the theory.
To go to tee. It does feel like it's been a bit of a countdown for Middlesex to get up to this interval. Big job to do this evening. Take a little bit of a sting out of this ball if they can. Last ball before tee. Simpson playing that line again. A little shorter, a little wider that one. Simpson happily playing that line. He's on 6, Holden's on 11, Middlesex 68 for 4. It's Surrey's session again. This morning's session, Middlesex fighting back. 21 runs added for the loss of 5 wickets for Surrey. It was just about what Middlesex would have taken. The 5 wickets were useful. 9 in the afternoon though, for the loss of 68 top order runs for Middlesex. They've got their work to do. Got an opener in Holden, a former opener. Simpson, who was a makeshift opener at one point, but a warhorse for the side. Higgins still to come into Carey's as well. All to do for Middlesex. Mike Selvey, myself, Kevin Hand will be back after the tea interval. Thanks for your company. Join us back on the live stream. As you can see, play will resume 4:25. Well, good evening, everybody, and welcome back to Lords. Here come the umpires. 68 for 4. Middlesex, after 32 overs of their first innings, still trailing by 365 runs. It's been a pretty formidable display by the Surrey bowlers. They've been relentless. The run rate 2.1. They've been at Middlesex and probably haven't passed the edge as often or as threateningly as times as Middlesex did, but they've done it at a much cheaper rate, the wicket claim. Surrey got off to a good start with Burns and Latham after the early loss of Sibley. It laid a foundation for the innings that Smith and Clark and co took on. Well, Clark got the first wicket when he picked up Stoneman. They've been shared around, Milan departing to Overton, a little bottom edge on a pull through to Folkes, gone for 18. Robson bowled by Abbott for 12, one that he just couldn't keep out, fizzed back in at him down the slope and down onto the stumps off a glove perhaps. And the last to go was Davies, picked up by Laws. Here's an interesting change after tea, as well as the seamers have done. Welcome to the attack, Will Jacks. A little bit of off spin from the nursery end to the two left-handers, Holden and Simpson, trying to hold it together. 68 for 4. Middlesex holding it together. Up here alongside me, just Mike Selvey.
Yeah, good afternoon. Well, this will be interesting, won't it? Spinner on the seamers have held sway. I mean, they bowled beautifully actually between them, all of them. No loose stuff. Very difficult for Middlesex batsmen to get away. 3 of the 4 wickets to good balls. Peter Milan, but indiscreet shot, an under edge. See whether the sweep and the reverse sweep comes out.
I wonder how much Holden Holden will be against this, actually. The spinner on against the two left-handers, but he likes spin.
Well, short boundary, the leg side.
There answers your question, Self.
It does, and I'm not sure actually it's the right answer, because he's got a man there placed just for that shot.
Strength,
but he
can
does
also be a
play
weakness.
that. Yeah, it's one of his strengths.
Right arm around. Actually, we're at the perfect angle for that, aren't we? For once. It's a nicely flighted ball by Jacks. We've got a lovely line there, haven't we, for the right arm spinner, finger spinner around the wicket to the left-hander. Similarly, where we're sat in the media centre, we've got the same line. Dot ball, maiden start up for Jacks. 31 remain of day 2. They can't become too becalmed, Middlesex. They can't just count down to the close. However, they do need to bat time.
Yeah, saying before the interval, you can have intent, you can be positive even in defence. If you're just purely intent on preserving your wicket and going nowhere, then nowhere is where you'll go. There is a short leg side boundary, 2 left-handers and off spinner bowling. Spinner, whether the ball turns or not, we shall see. I doubt it yet, if at all. A little bit of rough, bowler's rough there for the off spinner, I suppose.
Dan Worrell bowled 7 overs, 4 maidens, none for 6. Set the tone.
Yep. Yeah, the figures tell you, don't they? The only one of the Middlesex bowlers consistently do that was Ethan Bamber, to really put the pressure on in terms of restricting the runs. But then if you getting runs more readily at the other end, you don't need to go after. It's quite happy to sit back and let somebody bowl at you a bit.
Right on the spot. Over the wicket to Simpson. Change of ends, of course, for Warren. Started up at the nursery. Couple taken to get Middlesex off the mark after tea.
I wonder if that spin over was just an exploratory change of ends.
It's Clark who bowled the last over from the pavilion end before tea, wasn't it?
Mm.
Oohs and ahs. Did it keep a fraction low on Simpson? Slight break there. Let's have a look at those scores from the Shires, as you say. Thinking about the test, we sat down and watched a little bit of it at tea, didn't we? Roots with a 50. Crawley was still going strong a few moments ago.
Right, they're going England. They'll be past Australia in the next half an hour. Oh no, I'm serious.
No, yeah, it's just mad though, isn't it?
They're only 42 behind. Crawley 153, Root 58.
Cubby Allen, the last captain to lose a 2-0 series lead.
I think they must be a bit twitchy now. I think they'll be looking at the weather apps anyway.
It's tea on day 2.
I know.
Good luck, lads.
It's weird, isn't it? 2005 was the first year that the Guardian pioneered the live blog of games, and eventually published a book of them at the end, and took just one extract from one letter or email that came in, and it was called "Is it cowardly to pray for rain?" I should remember in the last Test match, and I wonder whether it's what they're doing already.
Let's have a look at the bowling figures actually. Stark 2 for 50 off 11, going at 4.5. Hazelwood none for 48, going at 4.7. Cummins none for 86 from 13.
Yeah, he's gone round the park, hasn't he?
6.6 his economy. Green none for 22 from 5, the most economical of the bowlers. Head none for 48 from 6, going at 8s. None for 19 from 3 for Marsh. Routes on to 158. Crawley has now passed his 150, 154 from 154 deliveries. Is there a week off in between the 4th and 5th test? So does it start at the Oval? Because of course we have to get it in before.
Well, before the 100, of course. You know, it's second-rate competition. The the Ashes I'm talking about. The main event of the summer. Do you think I'm a cynic?
I'm keeping quiet on this subject. I think you know my opinions. I like my job. Thursday 27th, so day 3 of Middlesex's match at Edgbaston. I have to admit, extremely selfishly, that was where my line of thought would go, and Middlesex in action when the 5th and final test of the summer is played. Well, have a look at the ball, are they? They are, aren't they? We missed all this when we had the Kookaburra, didn't we? Oh, yeah, no. Yep, Simo, gonna have to change this, Max. Hasn't been a wicket in 5 overs when he's changed the ball. Yeah, Middlesex start at Edgbaston on Tuesday. Surrey are at Taunton that day. Alright, very quickly, other scores while they change the ball here. Pakistan won by 4 wickets in Gaul, 133 for 6. A man with an unbeaten 50 opening the innings. Can guide that home. Second test, India 98 without loss. After 19.3 overs. So reasonable strike rates for Rohit Sharma and Jaiswal.
That's come thick and fast, that game, hasn't it? When did the other one finish?
Barely a day or two ago, was it? It's really quick.
And that was by an innings, wasn't it?
Yeah.
So.
Well, yeah, good point. Hold on, let's have a look. Seems to find it out the results. Let's see. Oh, there we go. It finished on Friday, on day 3. So day 5 would have been Sunday. So yeah, it's not a long time between.
No.
West Indies have just squeezed in the World Cup qualifiers, or been squeezed out of them indeed. India played the Test Championship. That's the West Indies. Essex are 300 for 6, leading Kent by 93 runs. 61 Critchley. Harmer new to the middle. Last to go Rossington for 28.
Kent got bonus points at all out of that game.
None with the bat, 2 with the ball. They're in the 105th over, so there's a chance for another 3 quickly, I suppose, for Essex. But Northamptonshire 57 for 3, trailing Somerset by 114, following on at Montage Road. Interesting one for Somerset to put them back in on the second. Middlesex won following on, didn't they, at Montage Road a couple of years back. Zaib and Proctor together. Zaib coming in at 4 for Northamptonshire in the second innings. I did think he was a little low. Down at 6, averaging nicely in the Championship. He and Keogh for Northamptonshire. Hampshire 183 for 4, lead Nottinghamshire by 249 now. Holland's still there on 72, Dawson 46 in the second innings. Warwickshire are 69 for 2, replying to Lancashire's 327, Rhodes 47, Hayne on 7. 7 from 58 balls for Hayne, strike rate of 12. Yates had gone for 3, Davis for 8, opening up for Warwickshire in Division 2. Durham 188 for 2, replying to Derbyshire's 443, Leeds on 93, opening up. Beddingham with him on 83, they were 8 for 2. As both Jones and Borthwick fell in the 6th over to Connors, still trailing by 255. And Leicestershire are 38 for 3, 41 for 3, acquiring another 197 to beat Worcestershire in a fast forward game at Oakham. Hanscom in the middle now, joining Hill on 15. 73 for 4 here. .28 overs remain on the second day. Middlesex have lots to do. At Headingley, Yorkshire 145 for 1 in reply, 152 for 1 in reply to Sussex's 216. Blythe has 65, Rickleton 40. Being the batter out, Court Coles, Bob McAndrew for 45. Prior catch, but away in front of Backle Point. Will it go this time? It's losing legs. Taps the rope. .77 for 4 here, and at Cheltenham, Glamorgan 152 for 2, having won the toss. Hassan LBW Safar for 30. Lloyd LBW to Price for 81. Ingram has 17, North East has 11. He's off to Derbyshire, isn't he, David Lloyd, Glamorgan captain? Tom Maynard saying he's gutted Lloyd is leaving. Edged. Angle bat. Soft enough hands. On the floor in front of Rory Burns at slip. Goodness me. Oh! Little pat. Back in from Sibley. Short, up at his toes, Simpson to cut away at it. Fielded by Abbott. England trail by 27 runs, 290 for 2 after 50 overs. Crawley 166 now, Roots 58. Bounce for Orrell. Simpson's not going to rub it. Yes, he is.
This is the middle of summer. If you get one of those in April, and you know all about it.
His toes once again, one leg up in the air as he hooks that one away. For 4. Holden now hooking hard. 85 for 4, he's on to 15.
Yeah, that was a good shot. Saw it early, pulled it down, pulled it in front of square.
Over calls, 85 for 4.
Assisting with his off spin from the nursery end.
Holden's first boundary. Didn't go too hard at that one, Simpson. Jack's excited. If he'd have really thrust forward at that, Smith would have been getting interested at short leg. Just waited on it, let it came on. Let it come on. Played that one quite deep, didn't he, actually? Nice one was off the front foot.
Hit that one beautifully. That's properly timed. Field just trotting after that one, no point chasing it. Not even for sure.
Not even that wide, was it? Way again. Simpson's 4th boundary, 93 for 4.
Repeat. Beautifully chopped away square. Complete control of that. Well timed. Timed it well to get it up the hill. That's a long way.
Yeah. Well, we saw one that was reasonably well timed earlier. Full just short of the rope. Again, neither of those were particularly wide from Simpson. He's obviously managed to pick up on the length early enough. 93 for 4, 39 bowls, 25 remain of day 2.
Yeah, that's key to it, isn't it? Picking the length early. Knowing it's not going to turn sharply or bounce unduly.
Somebody to sit down in the pavilion. Actually, it's the balcony, isn't it?
Yeah, they're right behind the arm, aren't they? Above it, but behind it, so.
Whoever it is, second to left, will be frame up on. Track suited, who are you going for, Self? Who's the most likely? Surely not Robson. Ah, Salisbury. It's the coach. Second left. He'd be relieved the wicket didn't fall the next ball.
Sometimes batters are so pernickety, they don't actually look for things rather than. There are things. Graham Barlow was appalling at that. He would. It was almost like it's part of his routine was to try and find something behind the arm moving.
Nice little nudge from Simpson, from Holden.
You stopped Dennis Lilly once. Dennis Lilly was bowling from this end, at the nursery end. For Australia against Middlesex, and Graham was batting, and Dennis had almost got into his delivery stride, and Graham pulled up, put his hand up there and stopped Dennis. Dennis screeched to a halt, nearly put himself in traction, and glared and swore at Graham. And Rodney Mars, keeping wicket, said, "Graham says, would you mind not moving around when you're running in, Dennis?"
That's nicely done. 4 more for Simpson. 98 for 4 Middlesex.
Doesn't require much room, does he? But you know, some batters, you just don't notice things. Do you remember the sight screen here used to have carry an advert between overs? They used to like change from the white sight screen to the advert. It was an advert for like a Gillette razor or something. It was a blue advert, anyway, a dark blue advert. And Tendulkar went 3 or 4 balls of an over with that blue sight screen behind before I noticed it. Or anybody else for that matter.
Out of the 40th, 98 for 4. My favourite advertising board here at Lord's was when Robert Croft, in his latter days for Glamorgan, went charging back towards the pavilion to try and stop a boundary. A bit like Mercer, tumbled forward to try and stop it, didn't do so, thumped into the advertising board. What was it advertising? Retirement.
There used to be one at. Oh, it was right on the end of the Warner stand for a search engine called Ask Jeeves.
Yes.
Remember that? and Sajid Mahmood. So they were England was playing for England, Sajid Mahmood, and they were warming up on the outfield on the middle. Well, not quite in the middle, but on the strips they have for warm-ups. And Sajid Mahmood bowled this thing, and I don't know if it came out of his hand wrong or anything, but it went off at down towards the Warner stand, and it hit the Ask Jeeves sign down there. So I thought, well, I'll have a look at this. So I asked Jeeves, I said, how do you make Sajid Mahmood bowl straight? And it came up with Ian Pont's website. He's a bowling coach.
Holden. Ian Pont, former Essex.
But he was a bowling coach then, by then.
Oh yeah, but in his playing days he was Essex.
Yeah. Tried his hand at baseball, didn't he? He had a
That's right. Yeah.
huge throw. Tried his hand as a baseball pitching. Keith Pont's brother, another Essex player. Keith Pont was the one who rode. He was going from third man to third man either end, and was the one who rode the groundsman's bicycle across the pitch and won it of the game. Well, one of the Essex out grounds.
Oh, goes at that one again, Holden.
Tempter, wasn't it? A little extravagant.
Double earlier in the over, didn't he? He's pushed at one.
Yeah, not quite there, was it, for that? Width on it. The sort where you get a nick on it, walk off slapping your bat against your pads. Suckered in.
Much better, isn't it? Lovely shot by Holden. 100 up for Middlesex. Don't get the boundary. He will get through. He's on to 19. Middlesex are 101 for 4.
Good control stroke, that one. The previous one, he put the kitchen sink at it.
The 41st. Got the run rate up as well, nearly 2.5 now. Middlesex 101 for 4. Simpson 30 from 53. Holden 19 from 51.
Yeah, they've played pretty nicely so far, those two, haven't they? Well aware of what they've got to do.
Starts there, wasn't there? Stoneman and Milan 21 for the first wicket. Milan and Robson looked as though they'd settled it down again for the second. No run added for the loss of Robson. Davis the last to go. 53 for 4 that was. So just shy of the 50 partnership now. And that will be the 50 partnership. 105 for 1. Flayed away with a flourish by Holden.
A real helicopter shot on that, wasn't it? Whirly blade. Kitchen sink that one. Nobody down there, so. A bit of counter-attacking past few overs.
Yeah. I would say that Middlesex could perhaps be a fraction more positive. That's a fair comment.
I think the positivity hitherto was they were bowling so tight that really the key to releasing the pressure on that is actually just try and turn the strike over. Look for the singles. It now looks as if they're going to be bowling across his bows. There's singles on the leg side if he can get the ball round there.
It's up over 2.5 and over now. The first time. So he wants to open the face on that one, just try and get it wide of the mid-off. Couldn't quite get the angle on it he wanted. Probably 4 more. Bye signals.
Yeah, not even Ben Folks could scramble across in time to get that one.
The way that Holden had looked with such interest down the leg side, I wondered whether he did get a little tickle on it, but it's just really the way that he was turned around because he was following it so far down the leg side, wasn't it?
Well, if he did, he could admit to that now. That's a I got a nick on that. You missed it.
.42 bowl, 21 remain. Day 2, 109 for 4. fella, isn't he? Sean Abbott. So he can give it a clump with the bat.
Yeah, he's a big fella on the side of big fellas. Bowling attack. Look at him, we look at Overton. Sibley's a big lad, isn't he?
Almost like playing the South Africans of old, isn't it? Mentioning Smith at the crease, Callis.
Yeah, big people.
Played for either county, didn't they? Smith for Surrey, Callis for Middlesex.
Yeah, how long did he play for, Callis?
It was only
Quite
a season,
young,
I think,
wasn't he?
it? Yeah.
Then.
And Gus said that he was incredibly impressed by him. It was only a year, but it was, you know, an impactful one. Did it pitch outside the line? Up the slope as well. Even if it was just pitching in line, would it have gone on? Oh, certainly pitched in line, you'd have said.
He's got to do a lot then to
Yeah.
come back. It's not swinging. It's usually the ball that swings that you get LBW from bowling over the wickets to left-handers. It's got to jag a long way to conform to the geometry of it all.
England lead Australia by 3 runs. 2 down. Crawley and Roots together. Second afternoon. The evening of the second day.
Oh, extraordinary. It's a run of ball pretty much.
Upset again. Who is it this time? There's nobody on the balcony. They're all inside watching the test, aren't they?
Somebody just going out of the door, isn't there? The balcony door.
I can see a red bib in the background. Yeah, just a little deeper in the dressing room there.
Yeah, through the one by the camera, I mean, off the balcony, yeah.
Yeah, sorry, that corridor that leads from... There's a corridor at either edge of that middle balcony, isn't there? Back into the stairwell. Funny how the dressing room balcony clears, isn't it? It was packed a moment ago, they're all gone inside. We listen to ourselves.
Correct me if I'm wrong, Middlesex have got a game here during the 100, haven't they?
Yes, Lancashire, August 20th.
That's right. So I'm actually coming to because I'm bringing some friends of mine from New Zealand. I was just looking at the pitches in the middle, that's all, and you see a pitch cut there, and I was thinking, what on earth's on here during the thing? And that's not there for Middlesex's game, that's there for that other competition, isn't it? Quite clear, right in the middle. Of course it is. That's excellent shot. Excellent shot.
It's 27, Holden. Partnership's worth 60 for the 5th wicket. The Middlesex followers will be sitting easily just yet.
Way to go for that, yes, isn't there? 320 behind.
Well, 20 overs in, we're starting to feel relatively calm ourselves watching on. And it all broke loose, 3 quick wickets. Lamb, Robson, Davies. Just wondered how far it would keep going. These two put a halt to it with this partnership for now. Twenty overs to go on day 2. 114 for 4, 319 behind. Remember, 149 runs shy of that 433 to avoid the follow-on.
So the other thing I was thinking about vis-a-vis Middlesex's game here in the middle of the 100 is the fact that the ground has to be totally cleared of all this advertising for the 100 repeat. Will that all have to be reinstated for Middlesex's game?
Oh goodness me.
And that is a logistical exercise, isn't it?
It's an edge from Holden. I think all the other grounds the counties continue to play there, don't they, during the 100? It's only here at Lord's. It hasn't happened until now.
No, this would be the first time, yeah.
First List A game here since 2019.
Wow. Funny thing, isn't it? The Royal London last year, I thought was a cracking competition.
So it was outstanding.
I
It
really
was.
enjoyed it.
The one thing out of the 100 that I thought actually this is going to be quite good is the fact that the List A game would really become young homegrown talent. You'd see a real chance for some players to make their name, break through. Used to throw back to the old days of getting players breaking through. Oh, Simpson.
Bit wafty, that Simo.
Didn't get right, any of it. Goes away fine for 4-leg buys.
Buys.
instinctively was thinking it pitched outside the line of leg, the previous one, but then the other angle revealed it was straighter. Again, like you said, it's got a lot to do, hasn't it? It was indeed pitched in line. The length on it as well was an issue. On 20 for 4, end of the 45th. Simpson 31. Hands on head for Abbott, just feeling that was a little bit fuller and straighter. 1-2-0 for 4. A long way to go for Middlesex. In fact, they've still got to take more than half out of what is the current deficit to avoid the follow-on, haven't they? 313 they trail by.
So what's the following figure?
284, isn't it?
284. That's to avoid it, isn't it? To avoid the follow-on.
To avoid the follow-on, 284.
284.
Yeah, there's
So yeah, way to go for that.
283 will be 150 behind, so they've got to nudge one past that. Well, as we did delicately put forward earlier, it will be Middlesex's highest first innings score of the season if they avoid the follow-on. That's what they're up against. Simpson not offended that in the same way that Robson did when he was out. Gets away with it, and he gets away with the run as well. Novinson's asking what's happening.
A bit slow on the turn and getting back there too, wasn't he?
Yes, no, yes! It's a bit like me when the cake arrives sells. It's indecisive. Nice from Holden. Sweeper out there. It's Patel, Ryan Patel. Sub for Warren, I think, at the moment, after his last spell. Did it knock the bail off? It did. Seems a bat well grounded. Wicket at test. It's a big one down the leg side from Overton, can take from folks, or fancy footwork. 1, 2, 3 for 4, Middlesex. Crawley's out. And fantastic start. Given to the England innings. What Crawley has done. Bowled green for 189. Root still there on 76. So Harry Brook, Ben Stokes, Johnny Bairstow. Bairstow's due a score, isn't he? Wokes, Wood. A whole bit of batting for England, and they lead by 19 runs.
Going in with licence. 00 licence.
Oh, what a stop that is. And now he has to be careful. He's just going to briskly underarm it back towards the stumps. Brilliant from Burns. Simpson had to just have a little quick scurry at the end there. Excellent. Outstanding from Burns. And then, oh, he was all right. As he saw the release of it, Simpson, he knew he was fine, but there was just a moment. The jutter. Lovely from Abbott. Beautifully bowled. It was just a jutter from Simpson where he suddenly thought, oh, if he does get that away with a flick of the wrist, I've got to make sure I'm in. Oh, what a ball that is now. That must have been very close to the top of off stump.
Yeah, that's that perfect length, isn't it, where he can't get at it. Gone over the angle, isn't it? Just over the angle.
Better from Holdham. It's an open face, gentle push. Yes, no. Oh, goodness me. Well, it felt as though there was always a second there, and I think Simpson is apologising on that. By the time he turned, got the throw in, you felt there was two all the way, but they settle on one. Better to be safe than sorry. 1-2-5 for 4. I just had a quick glance at the scores around the grounds to see if there are any major advances. And of course there is at Oakham. Leicestershire require 173 more to win. They're 65 for 5. Hill still on 27. Ahmed on 7. 2 for Tongue. 1 for Leach, 1 for Pennington, and 1 for Waite. And what are they? 25th over of the innings, 65 for 5.
Low scoring thriller, isn't it, that one?
Extra half hour on day 2.
I imagine they've set that up as a festival game, and you know, sponsors tents and all sorts.
Be a match tomorrow.
Well, that's the danger, isn't it? If, you know, it can cost, can't it? Games like that.
1-2-5 for 4 here.
The festival grounds, you know, and the cricket festival like Cheltenham at the moment, you know, they're great occasions. They're part of the cricket calendar, part of the fabric of county cricketer. They were. Very few of them left now. There was even talk about Scarborough going, wasn't there?
Yeah, that would just be madness, wouldn't it? Waverson's 8th over. So, Middlesex County that have used more outgrounds than any other on a regular occasion. It's the one thing, I guess, for Middlesex which is a slight frustration now. Probably not in years gone by, but more so now that it would be nice if one of them had that kind of festival feel. Like Cheltenham, like Scarborough. Southgate to some extent had it at one point, didn't it? Walker's Ground.
I never saw a game at Southgate, so...
Came close to it, I think, but even still, the Waterfall Road end, the Adelaide ends. And a picturesque little ground. It was a good track as well, I think. It was popular, wasn't it? But
yeah, I played at Southgate. Actually, I never played a county game at Southgate. I played a second-level game there once, I think.
Rory Burns, the skipper, is the wide mid-off, nearly extra cover. Holding to 3 with a long chase back to the Middlesex room in the Allen stand. One of my first games commentating was Yorkshire versus Middlesex at Southgate, and Jason Gillespie at the top of his run. Bowling to 8 shot. Actually, would it have been one of my first? Maybe it wasn't. Maybe it was the second year, actually, 2006. Because Gillespie wouldn't have been available 2005 for Yorkshire. He was playing in a certain test series. Pulled, mistimed, but not in the air. Trying to catch, Clark collects it at mid-on. Safe for Simpson. Yeah, it's just one of those moments when you're a second season commentator, whatever part of the summer it was in 2006. Gillespie's just at the top of his mark, the end of his mark, turning in front of you, bowling to a shot. You think, blimey, this ain't bad. Legend of the game. Up-and-coming gun batter for England, Owe Shah. It was just around the point where he was starting to really grab recognition, wasn't it, Shah, around 2005, 2006.
I think one of the things that kind of did for me a little bit, well, didn't he suffer from cramp in his hands or something like that?
He did, yeah.
Yeah.
And I'm not sure he had a great deal of sympathy for it within the England camp. 1-2-8 for 4. Yeah, you're not hydrating enough, but actually it was a condition that he had.
Yeah, I think, you see, that's so easy, isn't it, just to fob somebody off with, you're not doing this, or or you're making it up, or whatever. But that particular thing sounds like something a bit more than you're not hydrating enough, doesn't it?
Really long wait between his first and second test as well, didn't he? He scored 50 in his debut test. And a long way to the second, which was the West Indies test here, I think it was, wasn't it? Middlesex were at Trent Bridge that week. Shah was in the squad. There was no assurances he was going to play, but I seem to remember there was an injury to somebody.
Well, vague memories of this hand cramp thing manifesting itself in the Caribbean. I don't know whether that's just my memory playing tricks or whether he was there. Maybe a one-day series, perhaps, I don't know.
Oh, where did that go? To extra cover. Safe.
I thought that popped up in the air, you know.
Yep. On the edge. Oh, it's hurt his finger.
Yeah.
Through the bowler. Popped momentarily in the air, didn't it? Just shaping nicely into the slot for Holden. But
it was, wasn't it? I was just thinking that, you get that split second, don't you, as the ball's going down, you think, that's our volley. quite a good judge of length from up here, and it just had all the credentials of a half volley to be drilled away, and I think he probably thought that, but he had to go at one earlier on, didn't he, and threw everything at it and missed it, and the next one he played through there, he just was much more controlled. I think he just reined back on that one.
There we go. That's what he was thinking the previous one. Opens the face. Back to the points. Middlesex 132 for 4.
Still shaking his hand. Jordan Clark, his right hand, his bowling hand.
Yeah, I didn't see what that was.
Yeah. I used to sometimes whack my middle finger on the stumps as I bowled. That used to hurt.
Ouch.
Yeah, I've got like a fault down the nail bed now.
Have you really?
Yeah. It's in the middle.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh dear. You were the original Finney's Law.
Well, I mean, I still think that's an outrageous thing to do. That
Absolutely,
was
yeah.
absolute opportunism by Graham Smith, though. We talked about him earlier, weren't we?
Yeah.
Opportunism. It's messed up somebody's, not quite messed up their career, but.
Distinctive, yeah from Simpson as he calls Holden through for a single. End of the over, 1-3-4 for 4. 15 overs to go on day 2. Bit of spin into the attack. It might be off only half an hour later myself.
They've done, bearing in mind they've bowled a lot of seam here. They've
and 9 wickets in the day.
Yeah, the over rate's pretty good, isn't it?
There's that middle balcony. I went for Bamber, didn't I? That was stood up in the doorway. Apologies, Ethan. It was the man to his right in Salisbury. Hey! Made him jump, that didn't it? Nice fella in Salisbury. Spin bowling consultant. From Surrey, of course. Coach as well. A little on Simpson, thick edge on it. It's a single. Great shot. Holden's into the 40s. Wide extra cover given chase on a couple of occasions. No need on that one for Burns. Is that Jim Troughton down there on the park bench? Lovely viewing spot.
Nice control shot, isn't it?
Missed that Overton ended up on the deck at the end of that one.
Yeah, I don't know what was going on, and Max was gesticulating there, something about him. Overton gave him a few words, a bit lippy, isn't he, Jamie Overton? A bit lippy.
There we go, straight through. Hello Max, hello Jamie.
I mean, what's that all about? What's it all about?
He's making Max laugh anyway. Make him angrier. Smile at him.
What we could do is just laugh at somebody like that, can't you? That's all you can do.
The great fun is when Overton faces Overton.
Shit.
Makes Kramer versus Kramer look like a game of thumb wars. Bounce for Holden to end the over and a kick back at the stumps from Overton. Max is seeing the funny side of it. I think a few of the Surrey lads are as well. Overton's working himself up. 139 for 4.
It's a bit pathetic, isn't it? Honestly, I don't.
How did you ever feel about Andre Nell? He's made a playing comeback, hasn't he, at club level? He's missing the game too much. Pretty sure it's in Essex. Maybe Kent. The pantomime villain, wasn't he? He was Mr. Angry out on the fields. Said he needed to do it to get himself G'd up. One of the great sprinters, 100-metre sprinters. Indeed, no, 200-metre sprinters. Luxolo Adams, South African.
Oh yeah.
I was listening to a podcast the other day. In fact, it went up on the BBC website. I think he was talking about, when he first made the step up to World Athletics Championship meeting. What's the delay now? Umpires have taken the ball and they're going together to have a chat. Is this Overton out at deep square? I think it is. Oh no, it's a. Or is it the requirement of the physio for Clark? Let's have a look. No, they're just having a look at the ball again, aren't they?
Yeah.
Well, the umpire at square leg had turned around and Overton was behind him, so I wondered whether there was some sort of conversation there between Overton and the umpire. Umpire White at square leg at the moment, standing in the non-striker's end, but it's not that at all, it's just the shape of the ball.
Going through the rings all right, that one, isn't it?
Oh, no, change of ball.
No, it's not going through the rings all right.
But yeah, he was saying that he made the step up and all of a sudden World Athletics Championship, Portland in Oregon, I think was his debut, and he's all of a sudden stood there with these other great names of sprints, and he just said, was it arrogant faces? He said he kind of surrounded by arrogant faces, and not in a put down way, but he said you kind of make the step up and you see how they operate and how they go through the processes that get them to that point where they're ready to race, and they've got their mindset and they've got everything focused and G'd up and ready to go. Just Andre Nels had his own little way of G'ing himself up, didn't he? Ready to go.
Yeah, it's funny they talk about white line fever, and actually you cricket, there sort of is, but actually the bowlers come on the field and get white line fever, and the batters come off the field and get it, don't they? You don't want it the other way around. The batters come off and throw their bats and all sorts of stuff, and it creates a undue fuss, get laughed at a lot.
Go on, who did you laugh at the most in the dressing room?
Oh, blimey, I can't. Who was the worst batter? Barlow wasn't a bat thrower, but he was never out. When we first got like a television phone. I mean, that is in colour as well, and they did the Sunday League game or whatever on the telly, and he was LBW coming in, I'd be shunting away, how could it be out? And then he'd see it on there, and he'd realise that actually the reason it was out is because he made a mistake, not the umpire. It's quite revealing.
Looked like Burns there, just interrupts him for a moment. Looks like Burns wasn't particularly impressed with the replacement ball they'd been given. Kind of looked at it, walked back to the umpire and was like, look at that.
Yeah, there you go, you asked for it.
Yeah. They're going to rattle through Middlesex now, aren't they? They got the replacement ball, they didn't get the one they liked, and it'll do all sorts for them. Slow hand claps just starting there. First over of the innings. Pete Hanscom, actually, he was the complete opposite when he was the Middlesex skipper, and Stuart Law, I remember saying that was something that he wanted. He wanted to see this more calm presence in the dressing room as a batter. I won't say who the worst were prior to Hanscom for throwing the bat around.
Yeah, I don't remember any real bat throwers as such. You hear of them, you hear of other incendiary characters and.
Have you watched the second season of the Test yet? A few bats being thrown around by David Warner in particular.
No,
It's quite good when I actually came off and he tried to he grabbed a water bottle. The bat had already been thrown. Ooh, little dive there for Holton and buzzers.
well, that's going to go for quite a few. You want that one to pull up to short, don't you now?
This could be a Clive Radley, this couldn't it?
Could be.
Go
It's
on, keep going.
Well, it's a 4. It's going to be a all-round 4, isn't it? It's not even close to Radley. 8 and 8. Overthrows going for the 4th. I think Arthur McIntyre, the old Surrey keeper, was playing a Test match at Adelaide, and I think he got run out on the 5th, the Test match.
Remember a story of a London Schools match at Arundel. Was it London Schools or was it the Lord's Taverners tournament? The final was at Arundel. Played one year, the year before. There was the final game. They had it won. I mean, it was almost a little bit like last week against Northamptonshire, actually. So it was 3 to win or something off the final ball. There's somebody over here, 143 for 4. And you can just imagine it's the final, it's Arundel, it's everything. It's 3 to win. Singles pushed away into the offside. Skipper, pretty sure he was the skipper as well, swooped around, picked up the ball, looking for the glory as they went for the single, throwing down the stumps to win it. Missed. Ball goes for 4, loses the final. Umpires having another chat out there. Busy at the moment, aren't they?
Certainly are. Chat going on. Overton to renew his personal vendetta against Max Holt.
So we could say against the world.
Well, yeah. The world against Jamie Overton.
He got hit by Cracknell, didn't he? We told this story earlier in the season. He got hit by Joe Cracknell into the tower below Old Father Time there, that little hole above the scorer's box. Wherever you're at Lords, look up and there's a little hole in the slats that lead up to the clock face, and Old Father Time is a hole on the second one up or third one up above the scorer's box. Cracknell put a big dent in it, thumping Overton for 6.
He does bowl a good Yorker, Jamie Overton, there, so Forced him back. Let's see if he just brings that one out of the locker. Australia fighting back now, 4 down England. So root ball by Hazelwood for 84.
Oh dear.
So he put Ben Stokes in.
Stokes is coming in to settle down the line, right?
Yeah, just to get his head down.
Actually, from a bowler's perspective, you take an absolute batter and you finally get a couple of wickets, and then a fella comes in and just gently pats him back. It would be really irritating, actually, wouldn't it?
Yeah. Got a very deep, fine sort of fly slip boundary. I wonder if he's looking to play that uppercut that he plays.
I'm not sure. Max gave him a stare backwards there as he turned away over, so I'm not sure Max didn't have a quiet word at the end of the over to see if he can wind him up even more.
Yeah, is that all you got?
So you can see how many overs England have batted against Australia, because that is the other thing about Bazball, isn't it? This innings has lasted. England lead by 40 runs, but their innings has only lasted 62 overs. So have to be a little bit careful, don't you? The 5-day test. Australia's innings lasted 90 overs, just over a day. It only last 90 overs. How far short were they last night?
I think they bowled 84 or something, did they? They were well short again. Always short.
Unbelievable.
The day originally was 6 hours to get 90 overs in, and then decide, well, you can't get 90 overs in 6 hours. We're too slow for that. So instead of saying, well, you've got to find ways of doing this, they say, we'll give you another half an hour then. So they give you another half an hour, and then the half an hour becomes the default. So the default day becomes 6.5 hours, and you still can't get the overs in 6.5 hours.
Ball from Clark.
Bounced a bit, didn't it? Just the odd one, isn't it? Spot of guarding, spot of tapping down the pitch where you think it's landed.
My thought process there on the 62 overs, well, many thought process actually. Oh, that's even better. Beautifully done from Clark. Yeah, Brook and Stokes come together now as two new batters. Well, Brook Stokes straight away is in a boundary, so he's 6 from 6, a strike rate of 100. Who was it that came in the other day and hit the ball for 6 first ball, so had a strike rate of 600? I can't remember if it was England or whether it was a Middlesex match or what it was, but and it wouldn't have been a first.
Who
but
was that? Who was it?
yeah, maybe it was Mark Wood. Maybe it was one of the lower order for England. Bumped it. Nice little late cut, just a bit of work to do there. Out of the boundary for Jacks. Get a couple. You'd be muttering to yourself, wouldn't you, if they said first ball goes for 6. He's got a maximum sort of strike rate of 600. Radders would have had a strike rate of 800.
Yeah. Striking 800, imagine that.
Just did a little bit through the air, didn't it? Single to end the over. 147 for 4. Holden on to 46.
I don't think I ever got hit for 6 off the first ball of the match, or innings. I'm not absolutely certain. Peter Willie might have done it, actually, one game we had, a Sunday League game. It is an interesting conundrum, though, how you look back on the game now and the game as it was then, and wonder how, whether he'd have been a good bowler today. The answer is that Gus and I and people like us would have been 36 and over, because what we did was exactly what you don't want to be doing in white ball cricket, which is basically hammering out a length, and you'd have to develop other skills, a lot of other skills, which of course bowlers do, and one could do that, of course. Well, one hopes so. So you adapt, the game adapts, and players adapt to the nature of the game.
Overton's done. Holden's seen him off. Here's Abbott. Oh, look at that. That's not a bad way to bring up your 50. Max Holden 50 from 93 deliveries. 6th 4 for Holden, 134 minutes. Crucial innings this for Holden. Really look to the sky there as he raised his bat as well.
It's interesting because they changed the field, because Overton's come off now, and right up to that point they had that deep fly slip. That's no longer there, and he was able to play that shot, that uppercut. And then they put one back.
Pulled, deep square back, just a single. Cloud cover's just come over at Lord's. Actually, having a look now, might not be far off the sun being done for the day. It's pretty filled in. With the rain clouds that were threatened, though, it probably looks a little bit more, especially those two on the top of the screen there, looks a little darker than really to the naked eye it is. They're not really that much of a threat. Lovely yellowy colour in the distance. Just about spot a plane taking off from Heathrow, heading away to the west. One's descending in from the east, over the top of Old Father Time as well at the moment. That's run nicely by Simpson. We've seen an uppercut down there from Holden. Simpson moves to 45 with a delicate little dab. Middlesex 156 for 4, that's the century stand as well. 103 from 163 deliveries, 113 minutes. 47 to Holden, 45 to Simpson.
It's excellent stand, isn't it? Coming in tricky circumstances. 53 for 4 and taking it to 156 for 4.
138.
130 odd, yeah.
138 to avoid the follow-on. I don't want to be too negative a mindset about it, but at 53 for 4, we were all thinking it.
Yeah, they're interim targets.
And 5-6 for 4, 54 done. Holden 51, Simpson 45.
It's come over a little bit gloomier now, isn't it?
Yeah, as I say, there was the threat of showers today. And, well, it's heading over his head. It's coming from the other direction. It's probably passing over Old Father Time. As we speak, you can just see the advance of the first parts of the clouds, just some thicker, heavier stuff. But more to the point, filled in. It's not rain cloud. It's not going to trouble us. But
Just wondering if we'll see the lights start to elevate and come on.
and again, we had that conversation about when the cloud cover does fill in, even if it's not a leaden sky, even if it's not filled in, even if it's not heavy, but just a filled in humidity overlords. Just get the ball doing a little bit more. Only 10 overs left tonight. It's flown by actually this evening session. 9 after this. So a second new ball be available an hour into the third morning, should it be required.
Bit of an inside edge there. Looking to push that out to extra cover and inside edge to mid-wicket.
Final half hour here for Surrey, isn't it? Try and get another breakthrough, come out again in the morning. And Middlesex just to be able to navigate their way through this evening. It's not a bad start. You've got an hour before the second new ball in the morning to try and get yourself in again. Whoever the overnight batters may well be.
Yeah,
You see Middlesex will hope it's Simpson and Holden.
Yeah, try and get them through these 10 overs. I don't think they should, or indeed will, go into the shell.
As you say, that interim target being the follow-on, part of that is breaking it down, getting to the follow-on, isn't it? Which
Yeah, I guess, yeah.
put in an awful lot of hard work to get to this point. And then, 55 overs old now. Sorry, I've had it replaced recently, 5 overs or so back. Hasn't particularly done anything more for Surrey yet. Well, 57 for 4, 9 to go on day 2. Stay in age of 16 for the win and 5 for the draw. It's a long way away yet, but if you do get to the follow-on, Middlesex. It's a loss and a draw in the last two for the league leaders, Surrey, and how much does 5 points mean to them? A bit like the Nottinghamshire situation here. Does it get to Middlesex, get to the follow-on, and you think, well, they're going to have to get on with it, Surrey? And
yeah, well, again, just so dependent on the weather, and you just can't completely predicate all your decisions on what you think the weather might do, because so often we've seen it not deliver, or deliver when you don't expect it.
well, it could be that, yeah, that the weather curtails all of the hopes and dreams of us watchers on Saturday, and there's no fine finale. But I was just thinking, if Middlesex can get to another 127 now, which avoids the follow-on, and then take another chunk out of whatever's left of the 149. Surrey actually come out in that third innings, looking at the time left in the game, albeit 4.5 sessions, maybe 4 sessions left in the game, and they're thinking, well, 16 points means an awful lot more than 5, so let's get out there and set something for Middlesex.
Oh yeah, they'll have to push on. They might take, or quite easily take, the view that 16 points to Middlesex isn't going to hurt Surrey. No question about that.
5 points isn't going to do much.
It's a long way. Yeah, there's a long way to go yet before you start rationalising like that, I guess.
A bit like the first 20 overs of this innings, when I was being very delicate with the things I said.
Yeah, well,
similarly, I was thinking it in this.
It's easy to think of all these different equations that are possible scenarios.
Norman de Mosquito, who I'm sure you must have known pretty well, former BBC commentator and journalist following Middlesex for many years. Goodness me, actually, it'd be interesting to know when you first met Norman. Actually, he
probably when I was playing.
Yeah, exactly.
Way back then.
Long way back, didn't he? Always try and give Norman one mention a season. What was his mention of this season? But he went home one day. He was writing for Wisdom at the time, so he was tuned in. Said I enjoyed it, Kevin, but one piece of advice: stop looking too far ahead. But it was my thought process here was, we've got that 9 overs tonight, and it's 16 overs to the second new ball in the morning. If these two can get through, there is a bit of a carrot dangling for Middlesex, not just to avoid the follow-on, but it just pushes. You avoid the follow-on, it just pushes a little bit of the onus back onto the league leaders, who, if they, again, 16 points as opposed to 5. It's a beaut to end the over. 157 for 4. Again, a couple of wickets now, and you can forget all that. We don't need to look too far ahead at all.
Yeah, not throwing stuff ahead is one of the great disciplines, actually, of reporting cricket from Australia and New Zealand. Indeed, you cannot throw stuff ahead, because for the newspaper, anyway, or back in the day when it was print only, because by the time people read it, it's already happened usually. So you can't say if England go on to blah blah blah, because as I say, by the time they read it's happened. There's one famous guy, I won't tell you who it was, but a case in New Zealand of a test match where because there was like a 13-hour time difference in New Zealand, the correspondent wrote up the match as a draw, as an England win, because New Zealand were 8 down in their second innings and had only just reached lunch, and so wrote it up as an England win and filed it, and that appeared. And of course, what happened was Danny Morrison, who couldn't bat his eyelids, batted out the rest of the day, and they drew the game. So you have to be,
Balls back into the attack, 1 for 27 from 12. And of course, Pryor and Finn and that was
and Monty and Stewart. One of the actually that was in Auckland. At the end of that game, there was so much comedy gold came out of it. There was Monty, who was, Monty was a very, very doughty competitor. People used to sort of talk about Monty's batting and this, but Monty helped save him a test match in Cardiff that that ultimately won the Ashes, and he helped save that Test match in Auckland after Matt Pryor and Stewart batted in that game. And at one point Trent Boult yorked him, hit him full on the boot. Hit him full on the boot and knocked his feet from under him. And as he fell, he speared himself in the throat with his batter handle. and he was lying on the floor, having been given out LBW to this thing, lying on the floor, unable to speak because he nearly broke his voice box, trying to signal for what we used to call the L'Oreal review, Stuart's own personal review, because he was worth it.
Very nicely by Simpson. And that won't quite make the boundary, but they will make 3.
You also had where Monty was sent back, trying for a single, sent back to crease, dived in his crease and found that he was about 18 inches short, and she was trying to scrabble his way back in. And even the very last ball of the match, where Matt Pryor was facing, and all Monty had to do was to sit back on his bat and just let the last ball lose, and he was backing up for the single. That's well bowled, isn't it?
Yeah.
That's well bowled. That was speared straight in. We need somebody who's been in a while to keep that one out.
.57 done. 7 overs remain today. 161 for 4.
Some 48. He's the last 2 seasons he's actually started to, he has played like the batter when everybody knows he's capable of being, and never quite did it for some reason. It was magnificent last season. 1,000, did he get 1,100 runs, did he get?
Yep, first time he recorded 3 centuries in a season. He was out 3 times on 92 as well.
Yeah, and there's I asked the question, when was the last time a first choice full-time wicket-keeper got 1,000 runs in a season? And there are very few, and the only answer anybody could come up with was James Bracey. Actually, he was the only one. Nobody could think of anybody else, certainly in recent memory. The other thing about him is, somehow you look at him and he's a slip of a bloke, isn't he? And they say he hits the biggest ball in the club. And they have their range hitting here. He's the one who knocks it onto the top deck regularly.
Edged and short. Sibley falls to one side, falls backwards, wasn't carrying to him, just had to parry it.
Just played that quite soft hands, didn't he? Just took the pace off it a little bit. I think if anything, the ball seemed to stop a little bit in the pitch, which allowed him the time to do that. It didn't fizz off the pitch. Sibley took a catch earlier and at the other end, and that fairly flew at him.
Shot. Sweep the set back, just a single, Worrell collecting. Yeah, that was one thing that was said of this pitch. If you're going to say, was it slightly on the quicker side or slightly on the slower side? It's slightly on the slower, which, despite the movement that is there for the bowlers and has been there throughout, That's what's giving the batters a chance, isn't it, to get in. But if they err, if they make a mistake, and the bowlers stick to their task, then it's all there for the bowlers to get their reward as well. As we said all the way through, it's a good cricket wicket, this one.
Do you know, I can't remember when last I saw a pitch that I would describe as having real pace in it. I don't know whether that's a function of how pitches are dressed these days, what the topsoil is. I was very lucky enough to play at the Wacker in Western Australia on the old Perth pitch before they shifted it around slightly, and that was like iron. Couldn't really get a spike into it. That hard.
162 for 4. Of course, next Thursday, doubting you'll want a slow pitch at the Oval.
No, but whether they can produce one that isn't, and you kind of ask the question, well, if they can, why don't they do it all? They said that Old Trafford. I've seen quick pitches at Old Trafford. The other days when Steve Harmison was playing there and so forth, and quick pitches at the Oval indeed.
It's that extraordinary colour to it, doesn't it? Old Trafford, the square, they're almost a grey colour.
Yeah.
Ooh, that from Abbott. This really went out of the hand, didn't it? Sorry, from Laws.
How do we bowl 117 overs in a day?
Six 3 for 4. I think it was 104 when I began.
No, we had 117. It was definitely.
Oh yeah, but when I began.
Oh, when you
2005,
started, yeah,
104.
sorry, yeah.
So when you were doing the commentary then,
Yeah.
it's obviously not a big commentary team, and indeed there were days where you do it the whole day on your own. So 11 o'clock start, 1 o'clock lunch, 1:40 restart, 104 overs in a day.
Gillette Cup, but 120 overs, of course.
But this was the point where it was really slowed down though, and they changed it down to 96 from the 104. But I remember tea, at times it got tea taken at 4:30, still even in 96 in the day. It was 104 in the day. Tea was nearly taken at 5 o'clock at times at that point. It was getting ridiculous.
It was crazy trying to, save yourself money. Literally save yourself money in terms of bowling overs. In last match of the season, when I was at Glamorgan, the 1983 season, the last game we had was at Southampton, and Charlie Rose, an off spinner, and myself, who wasn't an off spinner, bowled 72 overs in a session. I bowled 36 one end in a session, and he bowled 36 the other end. It was 72 overs in a session. Cracking sessions play. It was like 215 for 3 or something, but it saved us £1,000. It was ridiculous.
Oh wow, that's not a bad way to bring up your 50. A first 6 for Simpson, he moves to 54. Star of the show last year in Middlesex's promotion. And with the bats, cometh the hour, cometh the man again. Middlesex needed him here at 53 for 4, and with Holden he's delivered. 100 balls, 6 4s and 1 6, 133 minutes.
Excellent shot, wasn't it, that? Full control of that, in front of square. Shortest boundary.
Doesn't look right from here.
He's got to do an awful lot. Those over 8 fines that there used to be, what they used to have, used to go into a central pot, And at one time, very early on, somebody had the bright idea that as an incentive, you had this kind of pool of money, and you divvied it up among those counties who exceeded the over rate, and took it away from those who couldn't reach that over rate.
Why was that scrapped?
Huh?
Why was that scrapped?
Well, but I'll tell you why. Because at one time, the county that was bottom of the table also had the best over rate, stood to win more money from the over rate fines than they did for winning the county championship. It's ludicrous.
Another one from the Wimbledon final, wasn't it? Djokovic pushed it right to the last second before he throws that ball up in the air.
God, you lose the will, I imagine, waiting to receive serve from him, don't you? Bounce.
Well, I wonder, is that part of it?
Well, it's a little bit like, I think we were talking once about, you face somebody like Michael Holding with a great long run, and you don't watch him all the way. Because your concentration starts to waver. You say, when's he going to do this? When's he going to do this?
Someone's moving again. Or is it the umpire's asking for the sight screen? It is. Right arm over for Hold'em. Deep square and long leg. It's a beaut from Abbott. Sails across it. Hold'em.
No, that's swung in the air, isn't it? It's cleverly bowled. It's a little bit like it was right at the end of play yesterday with Ryan Higgins from that end, isn't it? Started to hoop it. This time of night. Yeah.
Yeah, how old was that last night? Second new ball they had, and
Well, it was before
yes,
they.
yeah.
It was They got they got the second new ball, but it was the one they didn't change.
Yes,
Well, they did change rather.
that's right. They got the second new ball after 80 overs.
Yeah.
I was hooping for him, then they changed it.
Yeah,
Fortunately, it was
But it
still
was-
doing a bit this morning.
but it was suddenly there were movement that there hadn't been all day.
Edged, gone. Good from Abbott. Holden removed at last by Surrey. He's gone for 55, 169 for 4. Abbott gets a second wicket. Surrey, well, indeed a fifth wicket for them now. Big wicket as well. Holden had really dug in for his sides, but that's a beautiful bit of bowling. With some swing with the older ball for Abbott.
It is. It's that movement that's suddenly been there. Wasn't there before. That's gone a long way. No fault of the batter there. It started outside his leg stump. It swung across him, taking the edge and a good low catch. He's not chased a wide run or. I think sometimes you just have to say that's really well bowled. But I'm intrigued by how that movement's suddenly there. Same time of day. So who's coming in now? Is it going to be Ethan or
Bamba. Bamba bounds in from the pavilion end. Bamba bounds down the pavilion steps. Opener last week. Relegated to number 7 this. The innings with Mark Stoneman at Northwood, and a useful little knock overnight and in the morning. Job to do here again with Simpson. If he goes on too long in the morning though, Higgins will be thinking, come on, get out so I can have a go against the older ball before they get the second new ball. Have to retire him out.
We did think at one time, didn't we, at Merchant Taylor's, that he was night watching. He was just going to sit on his bat at non-strikers end and watch stuff going on at the other end. Or say, no, it's your job to take the bowling. That's why you're out here.
Yeah, Stoneman faced the majority of the first 3 or 4 overs, didn't he? That night?
Yeah.
Last ball of Abbott's 14th over, 2 for 28. So Simpson 54 to have strike to Laws. Bambutt's try and face as many of the 24 deliveries that remain of the second day. That one swings in to the legs. Just saw it in the previous Laws over that he just got it swinging.
It's doing a bit, isn't it, now? It's posed a few problems. You can see them a bit between their teeth these last 4 overs. Challenge for Ethan Bamber, actually, if the ball's starting to move.
How good is he at lining it up, Bamber? 2 slips in a gully.
A bit gloomy as well.
Good leave.
Nonchalant, scratch his mark out. Walk away to square leg like you've seen batters do.
Bamber even making a little movement with his hand for the shape of the ball. Ooh. Pace bounce on that one from Laws.
Yeah, it's a... Is this a changed ball as well, is it? It's going a long way, isn't it, this one? Done well to get that one.
He looks like he's relishing it now, Bamber, doesn't he?
Yeah, let's see if he bowls him an in-swing. Can you do the in-swinger? Yeah.
Oh, he's gone for it. Going down the leg side. Oh, Bamber's got to get a move on now to the non-striker's end. He gets the dive in. Called through by Simpson. Last ball of the over. Wake up, Ethan. He's awake now if he wasn't before. 171 for 5. Let's have another look at that.
He's got down the right end too. That's good bowling though, isn't it? Teed him up, teed him up. Oh, it's going down, isn't it? But it's he's teed him up and teed him up with all those ones outside off stump. Let him go, and then the 3-card trick comes in.
Come on, Ethan. We need sound effects though.
Now he's going to get the same from the other end, isn't he?
Yeah. 18 balls left of day 2 here at Lords.
Big in-swinging Yorkers coming down.
Oh, that hoops doing too much. The slope as well. They've taken the leg by. Simpson has the strike, and I think Bamba's looking a little bit bemused as to why he was called through. Here we go. Swing, swing, swings. Ooh, probably would have gone upstairs for that, you know, but shaving leg at best.
Simo gets out now, there'll be ructions.
Simo's cool.
It was, but nonetheless. So why did you do that? No, Simo might say, well, I don't think you're going to last long, Ethan.
Mind that, Simpson. Tuck underneath it. Bend your back if you like, Sean Abbott. We push back. There's Overton in the distance. Bent double himself. Going through some warm down exercises for the hammies by the looks of it. Oh, now waving to the dressing room. Hopefully he hasn't got a problem for Surrey. .72 for 5. 2 to go. 62nd over of the day. 62nd over of the innings. And 2 to go of the day.
So I just noticed that Saiski then below.
Oh, that goes as well. Wells.
No.
If that was his first or second around the wicket, Simpson, and they realised the sight screen needed moving. With the bumper to him, didn't he?
Yep. Yeah, maybe that was it. Maybe I'm not crediting him enough there.
.62 done, 172 for 5. So 2 to go today, 12 balls. Bamba's have strikes to Laws. I'd imagine they won't run the leg by first ball of the over on this one. Just gone 6:30. 2 overs of the day to go. Oh, goodness me. That doesn't get up. Bamber on the back foot. 9 balls left of the day. Ideally for Middlesex, 2 more dot balls, a single, and then whatever happens in the final over of the day, Simpson's not out. Certainly he shouldn't be. Sharp. Where does he find the single here, Bamber? Simpson wanders down. Overton's got a double teapot on it. Mid-on. There's no mid-off as such. And has deployed himself as a extra cover for the most part. Does he offer it outside off to see if he pushes the bat at it? Oh, goodness me, a beamer. No ball. And they take the single, which means Simpson's going to have to face this. And that slipped out, and Laws goes to apologise to Bamber. Abbott as well. Well done, Ethan. Getting something in the way of that.
Nasty on that, cleaned him out, didn't it? Oh, tipped well there.
Played off the splice. Hands on heads for Folkes, all of them.
Then he draped him over his stumps too.
What a way to get off the ball.
Oh, a horrible headhunter.
Oh,
That was.
reverberated up the bat. I'm sure it was off the splice rather than the glove, wasn't it?
Yeah, I think got bat on it, yeah.
Yeah, just a reverberation. Just shakes out.
Come out the gloom at him.
So Simpson faces. Oh, now it's another full toss, going for the Yorker on both occasions, you'd imagine. Now it's going to go away for 4. I think leg by is that. Is it giving us runs? Maybe tap the leg first.
He's gone for the Yorker there, but
Leg by as it is.
not many bowlers bowl or have bowled beamers deliberately.
Top of the mound stand, volunteers event. We'll volunteer for a free drink, won't we, self?
I was at Northampton one day, and Northampton were playing Warwickshire, and Dermot Reeve got 200 against Kirtley, in the course of which he went down on one knee and swept Kirtley for 6. And Kirtley bowled him 2 beamers, one after the other. 2 horrible things. They weren't slow. And it was the days when the football pitch was still there at the one end, and this thing went past, or both went past David Ripley, who was keeping wicket, flew past him, landed. Before they bounced, they were on the football pitch. They were horrible. I think he got suspended for that. Okay.
Would he have been withdrawn from the match at that point? And obviously nowadays 2 beamers in a game and you're done. Never mind 2 beamers in and over.
Pretty sure Wasim Akram Bowl won somebody here in a final.
Oh, Bamber. They're not going to take the single.
I think some
chest
people
guard?
even regarded the beam as mainstream. I remember one time Wayne, in his early days for us here, got a bit incensed by somebody, and he goes, "Really, can I beam him, skipper? Can I beam him, skipper?" And you can't. But I think they played. He'd been brought up playing cricket where it was perfectly legitimate to send down a headhunter.
place here. Mid-wicket's not far away either. 3 to go of day 2. On 79 for 5, trailing by 254. 105 more runs for Middlesex to avoid the follow-on. Actually, that's quite a good perspective at 5 down tonight, isn't it? Because Surrey resumed this morning on 312 for 5, moved on to 433, so 121 runs for 5 wickets.
Right.
If Middlesex manage that tomorrow, they're still 130 behind, which gives Surrey the chance to come out and move that game on tomorrow afternoon to try and bowl Middlesex out on the final day. So they've got a bit of work to do.
It's a strange finish to the day at Old Trafford, isn't it? So
They
after
slow
they've
up.
cracked on, well, they've cracked on at 6 and over all the way through, and then Harry Brooks come in. He's 14 not out of 41 balls, and Ben Stokes is 24 off 37.
By Bamba. As I kind of said it tongue-in-cheek, for the bowlers, they've been absolutely battered all around the park, and then the next two just come in and say, that was fun, wasn't it? Just push it back to annoy them a
It
little
seems
bit.
an odd thing to do, though. I'm sure there's method in the madness, it'll all be explained, but
Close to the second new ball.
there's 70 odd overs.
Is that their thought? Be there tomorrow, take the second new ball on. I mean, Stokes has done it on a few occasions, hasn't he? He's come in and slowed things down. So it doesn't have to be hell for leather the whole way. Well, it was hell for leather here at one point when Middlesex were 4 down with just past 50 on the boards, and it looked like big trouble. It's still reasonable trouble. 254 behind, another 105 required to avoid the follow-on. But John Simpson, a fabulous 55. Max Holden with a 50 as well. Ethan Bamba just looking at his fingers there again. Now, I'm pretty sure it was on the bat as opposed to on the fingers for Bamba, who for once isn't smiling. Yeah, he's not smiling either.
No, he's not, is he? Maybe he trapped him.
It looked like the bat shaking the head from Simpson. Yeah, he's not smiling. That's not good for Middlesex. He's bowling well in this game, bowling well this season, Bamba, so that would be a real frustration. But it certainly looked like the bat that he got on it, high up in the splice, albeit I think it was reverberation. But anyway, Simpson will be applauded off, raise of the bat. 179 for 5. It's Surrey's match so far, but Middlesex hanging in there.
Yeah, that's a better performance. That 100 partnership with Max Holden and John Simpson really rallied them round, and it was a good piece of bowling, very good piece of bowling that got rid of Max Holden. So room tomorrow, John Simpson played excellently well. Ethan Bamba's stuck in there, fair dues to him. He's took a few bashes there, and that beamer was a nasty thing.
Well, they have
Unintentional, but nasty.
Yeah. They have 2 top order batters still to come in Higgins and De Carey's, Middlesex. So there's a lot to play for tomorrow, isn't there? Especially with that second new ball 16 overs away.
Yeah, definitely. The Middlesex do, in theory, bat quite deep.
De Carey's is coming in at number 9 now, isn't he? With
Yeah, I suppose he is.
So,
Yeah, he is. Right down, push right down. He's
The only problem with that is as Josh De Carey's, you're thinking, well, 2 deliveries and this is all over. When you're the number 9, bang bang and
we
innings is
always
done.
think down the audience, another potential 100 gone there. We always say that. Go on, 1 wicket falls, and number 11's got out. That's my potential 100 gone. It's true though. There's certainly scope there for Middlesex to get a bit deeper into this game and make things very difficult for Surrey.
Well, 105, that's the interim target as you rightly described it for Middlesex, and then anything beyond that just pushes it a little bit towards Surrey to move the game on day 3 if they want to pick up the 16 points, the table toppers. So could really open things up, but first things first, those 16 overs in the morning, the second new ball, and 105 more runs to make sure Middlesex avoid the follow-on. Do join us back tomorrow. Mike Selvey, thanks very much for your company the first 2 days. A pleasure as ever. Thanks to everybody who have worked hard as ever on the stream today. From all of us here at Lord and myself, Kevin Hand. Very good night to you all as Middlesex trailing by 254 takes Stumps on day 2 on 179 for 5.